a good one.
I got 5 o'clock, straight up. That clock is not correct.
Yeah, that's right, 500.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock. All right, we'll call the meeting to order, and let me go to the correct page here, because we have so many different ones. Deputy City Clerk, can you call roll, please?
Chair Hoffbauer.
Here?
Vice Chair Loa.
Here.
Commissioner Betancourt. Here. Commissioner Carrillo.
Here.
Commissioner Bishop.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Ferguson. Here. We have a quorum.
Excellent. On item number 3, do we have any public comments received on the Housing Authority items? Deputy City Clerk, anything there?
Yes, we do.
You want me to read it?
No, you can read it.
Okay.
Read from.
Okay. For 4.1, says as a guest speaker, as a concerned community member and someone who works directly with the youth of the city of Palmdale, I oppose the extension of the ban of sales. That's on the wrong item. They spoke in the wrong area, so I'm gonna just read through them. No, I don't see anything in regards to 4.1.
Okay, very good. So we will go into Housing Authority closed session. Can we have the acting city attorney please provide a report?
Be discussed in closed session this evening?
Excellent. Okay. We'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session meeting, and somebody tell us where we're going. Oh, I've been told where to go, but somebody. Which room are we going to? Okay. All right, here we go.
What about? Yeah.
And presentation by the city attorney, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The report is there's one item. All members of the Housing Authority were present and were able to participate in the matter. Item 4.1, real property negotiations. The Housing Authority unanimously accepted an appraisal and approved terms and condition based on the appraisal for the purchase of 38107 10th Street East. There's no further reportable action at this time, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. So we'll go ahead and adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and closed session meeting, and we will call to order the city council closed session meeting. Deputy City Clerk, can we get a roll call, please? Thanks, Chris.
Here, guys.
Thank you.
Mayor Hoffbauer,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa,
Here.
Councilmember Bettencourt,
Here.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Here.
Councilmember Bishop.
Here.
We have a quorum.
City Attorney report, presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no additional items to be added to the agenda this evening. There are just the 3 items currently on the agenda to be discussed. And that concludes my report.
I need to state that I'm going to be recusing myself on 11.1 as I have ownership of one of these properties, and there's adjoining properties as well that may be affected by my interest.
Very well. Okay, so let the record reflect that, City Clerk. We'll go ahead and go into the, go to closed session, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Comments?
No, sir, there were not.
Okay, and okay,
We have a packet for you guys.
Thank you.
Comments and a packet for
That's a lot.
the appeal.
I think so, that's what they said. Okay, city attorney, you wanna report, we'll call the meeting back to, order, and city attorney, can you report out on this, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All the members of the city council were present and were able to participate in all the matters with the exception of Councilmember Loa, who did not participate in item 11.1. With regard to 11.1, real property negotiations, the city council unanimously approved, with Councilmember Loa abstaining, the appraisals for each property and authorized the city negotiator to extend an offer to purchase the property interest in the properties consistent with the approved appraisals. There's no further reportable action at this time. With regard to item 11.2, anticipated litigation, one matter, the city council unanimously authorized the city to issue an offer of compromise to Crown Castle to resolve a contract dispute regarding a telecommunications facility at Desert Sands Park, and authorized the city manager to execute the necessary documents to effectuate the compromise. There's no further reportable action at this time. Item 11.3, the claim of Hromadka and Associates. The city council unanimously authorized settlement terms and, if approved by claimant, directed the city attorney to prepare a settlement agreement and authorize the city manager to execute any necessary documents to effectuate the settlement. There's no further reportable action at this time. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and, adjourn the closed session meeting, and, we'll recess until 7 o'clock, where we'll reconvene, for the regular city council meeting. Okay? There you go.
Thank you.
There it is. Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, let's see. I don't know who did it last time, but, I think you did it last time, did you?
Did what?
The pledge? Did you do it? Did you do it?
Get the
I didn't
captain
know
to
she
do
did.
it.
Did you wanna do it?
Get the captain.
Huh?
Captain.
Good. Captain Schaefer, could we get you to do the pledge, please? Please stand, face the flag, put your hand over your heart, follow his lead, and we'll have a moment of silence at the end.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Oh. It's stamped. Okay, City Clerk, can we, please have roll call?
Mayor Chair Hoffbauer,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Loa,
Here.
Councilmember Director Bettencourt,
Here.
Councilmember Director Carrillo,
Here.
Councilmember Director Bishop.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. So we'll have, I think we have do we have a picture here that we're gonna do tonight of one of our cute critters over at the, Animal, Care Center?
Yes, we do.
So we do these presentations, we've had in excess of a 100% success rate because of the fact that it also helps prompt people to come in and they'll end up adopting another critter over there. So, I miss being able to, scratch them and get my cheeks all licked by someone. You know what, they really like, they understand that you're there to rescue them. And when you watch what happens when these dogs get adopted, these cats as well. So tell us a little bit about this. Who's got the information on this guy? JJ? Or?
Is a 5-year-old female who's been at the center
Yeah.
since June 19th. Needs to be in an adult home with no other dogs. Please consider adopting Coco.
Good, very, you did a good job on that. And now listen, if Coco doesn't fit what you're looking for, there's gonna be one over there that does. So we've been doing real good at our animal center, so let's get this puppy now, you still can't beat the dog coming up to you and scratching you and letting them rub their belly and all that stuff, but you can do that over there. You set up the appointment and they'll bring you in. And then, nobody's here. We have that deal too at the city of Palmdale where if you pick up a critter over there and you bring your information in, we got a bag of doggy swag that you get. Yeah, you get a great little package, so, okay? All right, number 2 is National Parks and Recs. I think that's your gig, isn't it? You gonna tell us about it, or? Yeah.
Take this off. So good evening. July is Parks Make Life Better Month, and this is the month that's celebrated across the nation, brings awareness to parks and recreation services, and really celebrates what we do to build community across our nation. This year, however, we're focusing on Parks and Recreation's roles in COVID-19 and some of the disaster and essential services that recreation professionals have participated in. Palmdale is, of course, no exception to that. We've assisted in a variety of areas since the pandemic began, to include the COVID test site operations, meal services, essential worker childcare, communication division assistance, emergency services assistance, resources for seniors, our virtual activities to include events, how-to videos, and informative web links. And we've manned various city reception counters and participated in the Operation Jumpstart campaign. Most recently, we reopened our 4 community pools with the support of our city council and our city manager. We began offering just a few basic programming to kind of kick that off, one of them being our Learn to Swim program. And the reason I'm so impassioned about our Learn to Swim program is because drowning affects our residents across our nation. 1 in 5 is a child of age 14 or younger. So this really gives our residents an opportunity to teach their kids how to be water aware and water safe. We held our first swim lesson program a couple of weeks ago, and we had 270 participants. We began our second class on Monday, and we had 340 participants. So
So that we show that it's growing.
yes.
Someday my grandson will actually get in the water with the other kids. He was, my granddaughter did it too.
Yes.
But I gotta tell you something, from a personal perspective, that is probably the most impactful program we can do.
I think my daughter probably learned to swim or at least float
Yes.
before she learned to walk. What's the youngest age that you will allow them to participate?
We do
in this
have a
program?
mommy and me, so you can be
Because that's
a
what we did when she was
I think
little.
I think they can start at 2, can't they, with the mommy and me?
mommy and me. I think is it 2, Eric? I don't remember the age specifically, but it is pretty young.
But from a personal perspective, I will sometimes wake up seeing the kids that, you know, I got one particular one that I see, I can still see the little kid's shirt and those little brown sandals. And the worst thing is, this little kid fell in a pool and
Nobody
couldn't
noticed.
save himself. And the thing that just really tears at you is that I can still see the dad, you know?
Gosh.
So, in addition to doing all the stuff building safety wants you to do, kids can still fall in the water. And people think drowning is this big dramatic event. Drowning is a very quiet event that actually happens. You don't recognize when somebody is drowning. And, but you know what? If you got a kid that you've taught how to swim, the kid knows how to save himself, the kid knows how to get to the steps and all that kind of stuff, all you have to do is then you just deal with the drama of, well, the kid fell in the pool.
Right.
You know, you gotta call in a helicopter and try to get this kid down to children, so. It is a valuable program, and it's one that Mr. Lowe and I were talking about the other day. I wish we could offer that program for free to anybody that wants to show up. So, you know,
Thank
that,
you.
just put that on a shopping list.
Sure will,
I think
sure
that's a
will.
critical program,
will.
so.
So I believe it's essential as well, and thank you for bringing awareness to that. I'm really proud of our aquatics team for working through all the COVID restrictions to make that available. So our part-time employees have just been incredibly resilient and passionate and dedicated to our community. Our part-time staff have stepped up as always in providing them the coaching and the support that they need to be successful in their roles. So we're recognizing our employees this month. We're holding various ancillary events to support them. One of them being employees are being brought in to be given swag bags. It's nothing like you'll see on the Hollywood red carpet, but it's thoughtful nonetheless. And we're also sharing a video that was created for them at the swag bag events, and I'd like to share that video with you tonight.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
I noticed you refer to things as Parks and Rec. Have we officially gone back to Parks and Rec?
Yes.
training?
Yes.
I just want to be clear.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
I have a question myself. I think the mommy and B is terrific, but does that accommodate daddy and me?
You know, I think what's the official name? It's not mommy and me. I probably referenced it wrong. It's parent and child.
Yeah,
No, parent and child, that's what it's
guardian
called.
and child,
Guardian,
grandpa,
yes,
Because there's lots
old
of,
guy and kid. So,
there's dads that have their children and,
absolutely.
Yeah.
yeah. But it's good to have both parents involved.
Yes, most definitely.
dads might wanna be there.
Yep.
Those single dads.
Can be there.
All right, so we'll play the video. actually created by the staff as well, so yes,
Outstanding.
thank you, thank you.
You do a great job at that.
Thank you very
So,
much.
JJ, do you want to handle that? Because you got to go down for the next one anyhow. You want to do the official presentation of the certificate?
Hey Carrie, they do a really good job at the parks. I take my grandbaby there, and trust me, on my days that I'm there, they don't recognize me. They have no idea who I am.
Yeah.
And they're just so good with the kids. So I really take my hat off to them.
Yeah, my grandson's still waiting every day. He's asking me, Papa, can we go to the pool park now?
I know.
We're waiting. We're waiting.
Proclamation. You good? Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Good job. We got a Warrior Award thing coming up here, huh?
We do, but because of the social distancing, they won't be here. But we took pictures. We did it earlier. I think we did it Monday. Seems like a week ago, but it was actually yesterday. We have 3 winners this week. Matthew Harris, Nardi Lopez, and Sylvia. I'd like to read their nominations because Matthew Harris, many of you know, works in finance. This was submitted by Sharon Williams. I would like to nominate my coworker, Matthew Harris. He has demonstrated leadership by taking up the work of finding the personal protective equipment supplies needed for city employees, businesses, and the people of this community. I have watched him sit at the computer on websites of suppliers with his hand literally on the add to cart and submit order button to secure the needed PPE supplies. When supplies have arrived to the city, he responds with such excitement as if he just got what he wanted for Christmas. With assistance from Eileen and others, he has set up a room to inventory supplies so that supplies can be documented and distributed effectively. Thank you for the warrior-like spirit engaging the competitive marketplace in the warfare of securing these critical supplies as a result of COVID-19 pandemic event. And I will tell you, having heard some of the stories, he really has gone over and above, and he was surprised and honored to be recognized by his fellow coworkers.
That's great. You know, it's funny. That looks so much smaller on him.
Okay, well next you have Nardi Lopez. We'll do a comparison. Mayor, your point was made.
There you go.
I think you saw the slides beforehand. Nardi and Sylvia were both nominated by Louise. The city recently launched 2 important programs to assist our local businesses that have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. PPE for small business, online sales, and Operation Jumpstart gift card program. Both Sylvia and Nardi took on the leadership role to help create these programs from scratch, helping figure out all the logistics, including staffing, technology, creating protocols, and handling distribution. They also put in a lot of time outside normal work hours to ensure that the programs are running smoothly by helping answer questions and fulfilling orders. Their impact can be seen through the success of the programs. In the first few days of the PPE for Business launch, more than 50 orders have been processed to help out the local businesses and nonprofit organizations. And during the first few days of having the Operation Jumpstart kiosk at the AV Mall, more than 100 gift cards were distributed. Although many staff have been involved with the creation and implementation of these successful programs, I appreciate the initiative and leadership that both have shown on these programs. And what I would say, and this holds true for Matthew as well, there's a lot of time, great ideas come from council, great ideas come from the city manager's office or directors, but the rubber meets the road where our employees on the ground actually have to implement this and have things like the mall close early and who's going to get the cards and who's going to do this, or
What's our plan now with the mall now? Are they gonna?
we're going to distribute them here at City Hall.
Okay.
Anybody who buys a car, we don't want to hold up that process. So they pivoted. I mean, within an hour, I was out of the office yesterday afternoon. Within the hour of the governor's order, I had an email from staff having the fix already put in place. So we are blessed with great employees, and this is just something minor we can do if you can put up the picture of all three of them. So I'm proud to have started the Warrior Ward with support of the mayor and council, and why they can't be here, they were truly appreciative of the small recognition. So thank you for letting us do that.
Outstanding.
And the next item, John is not here. Armin. But the next item is presentation of we received the Hometown Media Award winner. And Armin, who's back there making sure that our residents are seeing this, is supposed to be watching me and knowing that if John's not here, but she doesn't want to come out because she wants to make sure our residents really see what's going on, and it could potentially screw something up if she leaves the controls. But I just want to say
Keep
that
the hamsters spinning back.
yeah, so Ann can be here on behalf of communications and John, but you know, we truly have expanded what we were doing just a few years ago with so many things. Proud to say that we are now not only doing the Palmdale Minute bilingual, but our residents next week will be receiving our magazine, and I think there's at least 4 pages, maybe more, that are bilingual. And we're going to start increasing what we do, and that's all done internally. You know, and this is through conversations with Salva and the Hispanic Chamber of how we can provide better communication services. So we received this award, the communications department. So, and you know, wanted to make sure we recognized our communications department and Armin,
Hiding in the back.
who's out in the back. So,
All right, thanks.
all right.
That's always a good way to start a meeting, huh? Okay, I need a waiver of full reading of resolutions and ordinances, please.
So moved.
Second?
I have Mr. Loa made the motion, Ms. Betancourt made the second. City Clerk, it was advertised as a voice vote, so can we go ahead and just do a roll call, please?
Certainly. Mayor Hoffbauer,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa,
Yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt,
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Bishop.
Yes.
The motion carries with 5 yes votes.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to item number 20, which is the public comments on consent calendar, items number 21 .1 through 21.12. And I don't think we had any in that category, huh?
No, sir, we did not.
And non-agenda, I don't believe we had non-agenda items either. I think we've got them all on items specified, so. All right, so we'll move on to the consent calendar. I believe you had something you wanted to show us as part of the consent calendar items?
Yes, I did. Yeah. You
Who's
can
that
get it
masked
moving.
man?
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor. JJ and Marie thought that, you know, as opposed to just going through and having a consent calendar where we have some of these projects that are really special for the community, that might be good for, rather than just approving the consent calendar or just approving a single item and having a question about it, that we actually have some pictures of a few of these so we can show them on the screen and you can see the completed project. So we've got a few of them. Item 21.5 is the Dry-Town Slide Tower and the slide itself, and then the little miners refurbishment. And so I think we show that picture. There's
We are dealing with a dead mouse at the moment. Just 1 second.
That sounds fun.
it's just not gonna be the same if I hold up
No,
like
no.
this. It's not gonna.
There we go.
Can we make it bigger? Little- hit the plus, the
The magnifying glass,
magnifying glass at the bottom
bottom left.
There.
There you go.
There you go.
Much better.
Okay, so, you know, it was starting to get to that time when it really needed to be, and you can see it's nice and shiny, and it's really gonna be great once we get these masks off and we start to get out there. This was a project, this is for a notice of completion we filed tonight, and this project was $937,000 of, I think these are park fees. So, I think there's a couple more, maybe two more, real quick.
Pull it up, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And then the last one. This is the best one. Okay. So, I don't know if there's not any questions on that, we'll go on to 21.6 is the same location. This is the lazy river. The plaster was getting pretty rough. We had some complaints last year, as you all know, and it was time. And so this project is, again, it's a notice of completion to be filed tonight. This is a completed project. There were no change orders on this job, and this was about $556,000 again in park fees. Beautiful. Turned out really nice. And we did it, even though we weren't able to occupy, we were done in time. I think there were some questions about whether we'd get it done, and we really were pretty close to getting it done exactly on time. Okay, 21.7, this is the Marie Kerr Playground Upgrade Agreement. The notice of completion, this is a $210,000 project at Marie Kerr Park. And again, just a beautiful amenity that is going to be added to Marie Kerr Park.
How much was this one, Chuck?
This was $210,000. Okay.
And the first one was 900?
Yeah. That was grant funded, yeah. And the Lazy River was $556,000. Okay, and the last one is, this is from a grant from AVA QMD, and this is, the city put in from Palmdale Community Foundation the tax, which was about $10,780. The grant paid for the majority of it, $114,000 roughly, to pay for this. The city, and that's part of the resolution tonight, will be to surrender 3 vehicles that we probably could have got minimal salvage value for, but as part of the grant to get these older vehicles off the road, we gave those up. They were destroyed, and we got this beautiful new van, and this will pick up food for
They were
saves.
pretty well destroyed
all
before you
around.
turned them in.
Yeah, they really were, yeah. So, anyway, that's just, we don't need to, if there's any questions, but I just thought it'd be really,
I do have some questions.
yeah.
So while we're renovating the parks and things like that, are there any considerations being done or any money available to upgrade the security in the parking lots? Because I know that there were some issues last year with the water park, with cars getting broken into. Have we talked about that? Is that something that can be done out of that same particular pot of money? Like maybe getting some security cameras or extra lighting there?
It is something that, you know, we've looked at Avenue S parking lots, we've looked at a few, I can't say that we've looked at that, so if that's something that we need to do, I'll talk to city manager and with Mike Miller and, you know, we'll see if there's something we can do there to, because we do have, occasionally we have some funding. One of the items on tonight is the Marie Kerr Park, the lighting there that we've got, we're finishing up. So, and that is on bill financing with Southern California Edison, so maybe there's something we can do there with some security, additional security lighting.
Yeah.
Separately, we are doing, we're talking to a few firms about doing a complete security assessment,
Okay.
not only of this area, but our parks and other key areas around city facilities. So that would be as part of that security assessment that we'd bring back and see how we phase it out and price it out. So
And along the same vein of security, where will this new $100,000 van be housed overnight? Where are we keeping it? in a secure place, I hope.
Overnight, yeah, there is a secure place over, in Corson Park. There's I think that's where it will be.
Gated.
It is gated.
Okay,
Is
just
that, I'm not sure, maybe, okay. Gary's nodding, so,
Because, you know, I know that, you know, I come here a lot on the weekends and I see our city vehicles parked in the parking lot and, you know, shame on us if they get stolen. So I think we need to really, really pay attention to security in our parking lots, our public facilities, our parks, everything else. So I just wanted to, don't know where the money will come for that, but
Yeah.
hopefully we can be creative and start making sure that we don't make ourselves a victim.
Well, if any luck, somebody leaves the keys in that Suburban, we'll solve that problem.
Nobody can afford the gas. Nobody wants it.
Great. Well, thanks, Chuck, I appreciate that. And I know that this van is something that we've worked at over at AQMD. We've talked about trying to get this thing through. I know that I've been, every time I'm over there, it saves. I'm watching the staff, you know, bending over and trying to load those other old vehicles over there. And not just the capacity, but just the ability to actually work in this is gonna be a real godsend, so I'm really glad that we saw that.
Yeah, this is great. We're actually renting trucks, so we're actually burning fuel and spending money renting vehicles that we didn't own, so. And it was taking time away from them to go get those trucks, so this is just a win-win all the way around.
Yep,
And this thing we do with the pictures, are we gonna do that on a regular basis? Cause I think it's really important for the public to see where their money's going.
yeah.
I think it's a
do
great
too, you
idea,
know,
I
they
really
put
like it, so.
trucks and freezers and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I think that's really good for the public, so I hope that we continue to do that. I heard the freezer thing,
I know.
I was ignoring you.
I'm just, that's okay. No, he's absolutely right. I think that was outstanding because it's the picture says 1,000 words. You can see it in writing here, but what does it really translate to? So, those were outstanding. Does anybody want to pull anything specific off the consent calendar this evening?
I wanna pull 21.11.
21:11. Okay, anything else?
21-4.
21:4.
I just want some information on that.
Okay, anything else? Or entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar except for those two items?
So moved.
Mr. Loa made a motion.
Second.
Ms. Betancourt made the second. City Clerk, you wanna do the roll call on that?
Yes, sir. Mayor Hoffbauer,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa,
Yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt,
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bishop.
Yes.
The motion carries with 5 yes votes.
Chuck, you wanna tell us about 21-4? Is that the one where we beat their own bid?
that we did what?
That we beat their bid? We came in,
So that,
We came in on-
14, have we had a 14?
yeah,
21.4 is approval of a cooperative agreement with Caltrans to design oversight on the Avenue N interchange, project. It's, you know, as you know, Measure R, we had 110 million in 2013 for 5 projects along the 138, and this is one of them. It's probably the one that will come on last, mainly because the other ones have a higher need. But it really consists of widening the bridge and then adding roundabout on either end at the off-ramps, and then extending the off-ramps and widening them for additional capacity.
that's a mess there.
Yeah.
Is there gonna be any traffic lights at those intersections?
No, there'll be roundabouts.
Oh, there'll be roundabouts.
There'll be
Okay,
roundabouts.
That eliminates the need for lights, okay.
Yeah,
And, so there's gonna be additional land will be required, right, to obtain?
a little
for that?
bit. Yeah.
Okay. What's the timeline for that?
Well, we're just starting design, so this is the design oversight. You approved the contract maybe 2 meetings ago.
Right.
And so they've started design, and this will be the oversight. I'd say it's probably maybe 18 months for the actual design, maybe a little bit less. And then once we have that, project currently is not funded completely, 100%. So we'll be looking for additional financing. But additional Measure R, Measure M, other grants for funding that project.
Is there room to potentially see the possibility of putting Palmdale on the bridge? As I
another
mentioned
item.
before. What's that?
Yeah.
That's actually another item.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't steal the
Yeah,
thunder.
don't steal the thunder.
Right,
Okay.
yes, but we're, well, let me just say that I would say probably over the last 4 or so months, we've got a much higher, or a heightened, awareness of trying to get more and more art components or aesthetic components into the projects.
So that was gonna be my next word.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
So, Chuck,
So-
I just, regarding this project, I just wanna say for the record, for all the public who's listening, that I hate roundabouts. I always have, I always will. It's not my desire to have them. So don't call me and complain, cause I'm the one that didn't want them to begin with.
Could it actually be roundabouts or clover leaves?
Well, they will be true roundabouts, and the one thing that I'll say is you can't judge the traffic circle, I'll call it, at 50th Street or 47th Street and Palmdale Boulevard. That is not a true roundabout, because you really don't have the configuration where it facilitates smooth traffic movement.
terrible.
It's too, the diameter isn't big enough, and it really just is not a true roundabout. So there, these.
I'll like the new ones is what you're telling me?
Well, I can't
be
guarantee
better.
that, but there will be, the other, probably the next one in the city will be at Avenue S8 and 40th East. And, we don't have money for our component there, but we are leaving an opening in the center of that roundabout. We're gonna be doing desert, xeriscape landscaping, and then leaving an area in the middle for, future art component.
so since you mentioned the roundabout on 47 in Palmdale, I think that we need to do something to clean that up. As you said, it's not a perfect roundabout,
Right.
but the condition that it is, it's not even a better roundabout. That's something I've been talking with staff, and I think that we need to be creative, finding a way to do something more pleasing. I know you've been talking to Caltrans. I know there are regulations that Caltrans kind of prohibits or makes it difficult to have a piece of art, but some landscaping. Let's put some more Joshua trees. I know they keep getting run over. People needs to get used to roundabouts. I do like them. I think they're
I
effective.
hate
They
'em.
serve a purpose.
Just hate 'em.
But I think that we need to find a creative way to improve the aesthetics of that roundabout.
Yeah,
Thank you for
that's-
working on that. I know that you guys have been working on it. But since you mentioned it, I thought I
Sure.
mention
No,
that
I
again.
appreciate that.
Chuck's been hearing from me about that because we do these, notice of completions and you go by there and look at it and I sometimes have a hard time comprehending that it's finished because it doesn't look finished, you know? So it's
I mean, the decorative rock helped.
yep,
It was
Some-
much worse
something,
before that,
yeah.
but it does need something, and I will say that we've been looking, and I think we've found a place where we can get the Joshua trees that you're talking about. We have to keep them in a certain area per the design,
Right.
but yes, we are, I think we found some that we would be,
Okay.
So with
thank
this
you.
project
Soon.
actually being in a county, is the county participating in this project at all?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
So it's
Alright.
Caltrans, the city and the county.
correct. Actually, Caltrans is not, I mean, they're not putting any money into it.
Right.
Austin's around.
Yeah, the county and city.
So the timeline just for the design is 18 months and then construction after that, if it all goes well.
Yeah,
So it's some couple
couple of years at least, maybe 2.5 years, I think.
from
Yeah,
about.
assuming we can find the funding,
The funding, okay,
Yeah.
that's still important consideration.
yeah.
Thank you, Chuck, I just
Sure,
wanted
of
that
course,
information, appreciate it.
alright, and then, 2111, and then we can maybe take both these together if that's okay with you guys. 2111 on the AQMD grant for the charging stations.
Right, this is a $6,000 grant to install charging stations and, around the city. And as was suggested, we have got now a map on the city's website.
Thank you for doing that.
That's your recommendation, and I think that's a great thing. You know, you've got these apps and all that, but I think it's also good for the public to see that there are all these charging stations. It might elicit more interest in them actually buying an electric car. If they know that these are available, they're not gonna have an app. So I think that was a good suggestion, and we now have that. So-
The reason I wanted to pull this was I just wanted to make the point that I want us to keep moving forward with putting in more charging stations throughout the city. And I was wondering if you could work with the county board of supervisors to see if we can't get going halves on some charging stations at the sheriff's department and other county facilities. We have a lot of county facilities up here, and I don't know of any of them that actually have a charging station available to the public. So I don't know if we can work in cooperation with our county board of supervisors to get something on our county property out here, because our citizens, our residents are using these kind of facilities, but we wanna do everything we can to get people in electric cars. And if they have to go to a county facility, a county hospital, DCSF, whatever the case may be, they could be there hours. So why not have them charge their car while they're there?
Yeah,
I didn't know if you guys have thought about that at all.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. As far as partnering with the county, we hadn't looked at that specifically, but we meet with them about every other month, and, definitely look.
Because they can give
Look
you a
at
map
that.
of all the county facilities up here in the north region, and there's tons of them, and I don't know of any of them that have electric charging stations.
So along those lines, I believe that the state is mandating, if not already, we will soon, mandate that even private developments have to provide charging stations. I know that other cities are already implementing that, and I believe
It's
that
in our
cities
building
have
code.
become compliant.
It's in there.
Yeah.
It has to do with the type of building, it has to do with the, size and number of employees. And so, in some cases, just for small stuff, they just have to
Right.
provide the spot that you can run it from. Other ones, you have to actually fully build it out and put in X number of
But
stations.
that's a good start, well, as long as we would have to meet those standards, it's number of employees, size of building, but eventually we'll trickle down to even smaller developments, because
Yep.
eventually that's where we're gonna go.
But for
So
now,
that's
we have all
okay.
these old
Yeah.
government places that
Right.
really need to.
Yeah,
We
we
need
can,
to
we
work
can
in
start there,
conjunction.
and then the charging infrastructure is definitely gonna need to grow over time, because the automakers are gonna start coming out with electric cars that are actually affordable, just not luxury electric cars, but
Yeah.
more everyday electric
Yeah,
cars.
Audi's got a whole line of them coming, so.
Yeah,
Not that I've been
the
looking.
Ford,
VW,
Ford
they
has
got
one
rid of
coming
that.
out
Yeah.
with a 300-400 mile range, so, they're coming. Electric cars that people are gonna be able to use to commute back and forth to work, so. Yeah, that
So
is.
Chuck,
We're working
Ben,
on.
when you guys have those meetings, and make sure that we're talking, to our staff over at AQMD, because that's the important thing is that, you've got, a couple of active members at AQMD, unlike 2 years ago when there was nobody ever going. And we're getting a lot more grants out of there, a lot more equity between the city, the county, and, the unincorporated areas as well. So, maybe just mention it to them that the inquiry came up and, AQMD that's part of their job is to funnel that money, bring that money, your taxes back from the state to bring them here. So, yeah,
Absolutely.
I like that, bring your money back.
There you go.
bring it back.
Exactly, one way or the other.
So, if it please, I take a motion to approve 21-4 and 21-11.
A motion to approve or second?
Have a motion and a second. Mr. Loa and Mr. Carrillo, vote, call for the, vote, Madam Clerk? Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa,
Yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt,
Yes,
Councilmember Carrillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bishop.
Yes.
Both items passed with 5 yes votes.
Very good. Public hearing continued from June 16th. Megan, you handling this?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Staff is doing a presentation first, sir. We'll let you know. Okay,
All right,
go ahead.
thank you. Megan Taggart from the Planning Division. Tonight, good evening, I should start by saying. Before you this evening is a request for an appeal regarding allowable uses within a specific plan. Please note that this item only relates to the appeal of an interpretation made regarding allowable uses within the specific plan and not to a specific business, as that would be a separate application. The proposed use consists of automotive auctions with storage and salvage services, including processing and selling of both operable and inoperable vehicles. This photograph was provided by the appellant for a site in Gardena. The use is proposed on a property located within the Enloe Valley Business Park specific plan. The specific plan is located on the southeast corner of Columbia Way and 10th Street West. The specific plan was designed to accommodate commercial uses at the corner of Columbia Way and 10th Street West, with business park uses extending along both Columbia Way and 10th Street West, and industrial uses located behind the commercial and business park developments. The specific plan allows some automotive uses, such as automotive fleet storage and automotive repair, but it does not specifically allow wreckage or salvage yards or auctions. In addition, general wholesale storage and distribution are permitted within the industrial zone, and light wholesale storage and distribution are permitted within an enclosed building in the business park zone. The specific plan grants authority to staff to interpret uses within the specific plan. An interpretation was made by staff that the auto salvage auction use is not a permitted use within the specific plan because the use is not specifically listed and is not similar to other uses that are listed within the matrix of permitted uses within the specific plan. In addition, the use is an allowable use within other zones in the city, such as the M2 zone. The Planning Commission upheld this interpretation at their May 14th meeting, and the appellants are now asking that the interpretation be overturned and that the proposed use be permitted within the specific plan. With that, you have several options. The first would be to adopt the draft resolution. The second would be to continue the appeal. The third would be to approve the appeal, which would overturn the Planning Commission's interpretation. Option 1 is recommended. That concludes my presentation. I would like to mention that an image was provided by the appellants before the meeting and it was placed on the dais for you. That's an image of an unrelated project, as this only relates to uses allowed within this specific plan.
That it? Okay. So as we get started on this real quick, city attorney on this. So it's my understanding that the development agreement is expired on this, and normally that precludes any further action by a former developments because of a standing issue. We had talked about this the other day.
So a land use applicant has to have the approval of the property owner, right? And at the time the applicant requested the interpretation, they did have a development right under the purchase and sale agreement. Since that time, that agreement has expired, and theoretically they don't have that right anymore, but we've gone through the process, and the appeal's going, so I mean, their standing is based on when they submitted the request, and at that point in time, they did have standing, yes.
Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and we'll open a public hearing and call for testimony to be provided on 22-1. I did not have any public comments submitted. The applicant, would you like to address us?
Yes.
Could you state your name so they get it on the record? And
Hello, my name is Gary Bertain. I am working with Ben and Fred. I'm a licensed contractor. I work as an expert witness for the various insurance companies around the United States. And I am also a sworn planning commissioner in the city of Brad. So, that's what I do. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do this. In the back corner, oh, my laser doesn't work up there. Okay, in the back corner, you'll see where the AutoZone was gonna go. And this plan is our plan of the complete specific plan development. And we addressed what you see there at the Planning Commission, but it wasn't addressed, it wasn't presented this way by the Planning Commission. And unfortunately, I didn't have a rendering there, though I had explained this. You will never see those cars back there. Those cars, the only reason the word salvage exists is because the DMV uses the word salvage when your car's wrecked. So if there's a salvage titled car, it has to go to a third party to be processed, and that's just what they do back there. The car comes in, it's processed, the title is cleared, They move the car out. That's all they do. It would be completely surrounded, and when we came and we approached the city about this property, one of the other reasons we did is in both the overflight zone and borders the crash zone, and our properties are around other airports that abut the same, and you're very limited on what you can put on those properties, so you would never see us. You would not know we're there. It wouldn't have been whatever. But when that goes in, all of these other buildings, because this is a premier corner in Palmdale, all these other buildings would be built around it. You would never see it. This project will bring.
Really, maybe the city attorney can clarify what the topic is, because we're not talking about the project, it's a land use interpretation. So let me get can you clarify this for me, city attorney?
Yeah, the only issue before the city council is whether or not the auto salvage use fits within one of the allowable uses within the specific plan. That's the only question.
Okay.
Okay, specifically at the DAB meeting, it was listed as an acceptable use in January. In the DAB report, Carlene said, this is an acceptable use for this location. So we proceeded
January
forward.
of what year?
Huh?
What year was that?
This year, 2020.
All right.
Okay, so we proceeded forward with that, and then when we had our meeting in February, all of a sudden was, well, wait, you gotta only be in the industrial zone. So we changed the plan. So that plan up there, those cars are only in the industrial zone. Okay, they're not in any other business park zone or whatever. We had a bigger plan. Then at the planning meeting, they brought up about this use that you would see it. We had specifically shared with them, it's completely landscaped. So the first photo of the facility that's down in Gardena, you don't see the facility from the street. You've got landscaping, you've got walls, you got everything around it. It's not visible. And wherever these hubs go, it brings in hundreds of jobs. And it also brings in the insurance companies because they have to move with the population. So these are important attributes in certain locations. In this case, we've had planes crash on our sites. It's a viable place for them to go. And it's happened. So we had applied for it at the CAB meeting, or DBA meeting, I'm sorry. Anyway, they had said it was an acceptable use, okay? At the DAB meeting, they said we needed to go through a process because at the DAB meeting, we wanted some acreage outside of the industrial area, and they said you need to be in the industrial area, so we shrunk it, so it was only in the industrial area. So I'm asking at this time that you continue this and we work with staff to come back and give a true presentation, because when we presented it and asked for the use, we're also looking at it as part of the overall project. So
Can I ask some questions? I'm sorry. So you're saying that these are cars that have been, the title's been considered salvaged. So they come to this facility, what do you do with the car? It just
the
sits
car
there?
comes in.
Or does it get crushed? What happens
No.
to them? Because that's the image I think we have.
That's
why
what
I
they
want you to tell
presented.
me. The car comes to you and
Then the insurance company, sometimes the highway patrol, whatever, they come there, they inspect the car, they give you your money. At that point, the company clears the title through Sacramento, then that car is auctioned off.
Okay.
These they're neutral third parties. They can't realize any gain from this.
So this isn't a scrap metal yard.
No,
This
no,
isn't
no.
a car crushing facility.
Comes
I just
in-
want to be really clear
So
that we
when
all
the
have the
cars-
same image in our
When the
head.
cars come to the lot, they're already in drivable, sellable condition.
They don't, they don't drive. When you wreck your car, some cars can drive.
Oh, okay.
But when they go to that lot, the insurance company, if they pay you off,
Right,
the title becomes a salvage title.
okay.
That's a DMV definition.
Right.
That's all it is.
Okay.
Nothing, there's no pick of parts, there's
Okay,
no,
I
none
think
of it.
that's what a lot of people had in mind when we heard this, so that's why I'm trying to get it
Yes,
clarified.
no, this is the largest company in the nation, $4 billion company. You
So
know?
to stay within the scope of this meeting, I understand is that the determination of a specification, interpretation of use not specifically listed on the specific plan. But essentially then, what you are showing, I know this is just a rendering, and the yard is way in the back. You're
Yes.
saying that it won't be visible?
Yes.
But essentially, what is being fronting on Avenue M and 10th Street West, that's not what you would be doing, and that could never happen, or eventually will happen, but it's not part of your proposed project or development.
I think
at
we're
this
getting
time.
too project specific here though, aren't we?
I know, but I
It-
say
no,
that I know this is just an
okay.
interpretation.
Yes,
But
so to
essentially,
answer
it's
your
gonna be
question, you're absolutely correct. All the renderings showing is at the planning commission, they made it sound like we were out on the main street, which is not allowed under code, that we were up on M, which is not allowed under code. We are back in the corner, and we came forth with our appeal because at the DAB meeting, they had said this is an acceptable use.
I want to ask you specifically, what representation are you attributing to Ms. Sexton? What exactly was said by Ms. Sexton at that DAB that you're talking about?
It's in writing, that it's in writing that it's an acceptable use.
It's the Development Advisory Board, the pre-application.
Yeah, at the DAB meeting, her report that we got is that this is an acceptable use. At the meeting, she said, this is an acceptable
Okay.
use.
It was said orally at the DAB meeting?
Yes,
Okay, what date was that?
January 22nd, I'm guessing.
Okay. All right, so yeah, and then afterward,
Am
you
I
see the letter
close?
on February 20th, right? Correct?
What'd you say,
You see the
sir?
letter dated February 22nd?
That was after the
February
DAB.
20th, exactly, a month later?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that Ms. Saxon said orally that it was an acceptable use?
Yes.
I'd like to hear from her at some point.
Well, we've got staff here, I don't know, she is here.
Well,
Anything else for the applicant at this time, and then we
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I really understand this. So you're gonna be doing auctions, right, from there?
they're internet auctions.
Internet auctions,
They're
yeah.
only internet.
And
now.
it's gonna be both the completely salvaged vehicles or that can't run, or ones that can run and can't run? I'm just
If your
trying to-
car is stolen and they pay you off, they put a salvage title on it. You could have an absolutely brand new car.
So, okay, so both running and non-running. I just wanna
Yes.
really get a really quick picture. I'm
It's
not
just,
trying to
this is
nitpick, I'm
all
just trying to
under,
understand.
this is basically all under insurance code and DMV
Okay.
code. This is handled very specifically
Okay.
to their requirements.
And then the buyer, whoever buys it at the auction would come and pick it up and take it away? Is that how
Or
it
they're
works?
towed away.
Okay.
50% of them go overseas.
Oh, okay.
The issue really is whether the specific plan allows automotive salvage yard or auctions. I think that's what we have in front of us.
Well, it's not
And-
a salvage yard the way they presented it.
Well,
It just,
okay.
they have salvage, it's automobile storage and wholesale storage and auction.
Right, I think it's kind of a gray area because, you know, some of the cars show up and they've already been in an accident and there is salvaged vehicles there, but there's not any salvaging going on.
No,
Correct.
this is not, now, pick-apart guys come and buy those cars and
And
take
then
them
take
away
them
to
away.
different lots, but
Right.
that's not what happens there.
No, the car, 9 times out of 10 is probably in an accident, it gets parked there until it gets sold and it gets taken away, correct?
Yeah, well, the title, it's all about title clearance. Nothing can move until the title's cleared.
So if we just focus on the auction part, the specific plan doesn't allow that. I think that's the issue.
And I think that, like you're saying, that I was glad that you had, well, you know what? Let's see if there's any more questions for him, and then we can deliberate amongst the council. And do you have any more questions for the applicant? Juan, anything?
I don't.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to ask him?
No,
Okay, Richard, you
Um,
wanted to ask
I
him?
thought that, not at this point, but
Okay,
I
alright.
thought that Mr. Norris was gonna make some sort of presentation. Is
Did
that
you
gonna be different?
Did you have something you wanted to add to this, Mr. Norris?
Yeah, and I want to, as a friend for a long time, and a former colleague, when you served on the city council 2001, 2004, I'd like everyone to recognize that you've done that, and thank you very much for having done that.
And I'm still here.
In spite of all this.
In spite of all that, I'm like the phoenix, I keep rising out of the dust.
It's been a while.
It has. Last time I was here was when the Sprouts project. What I wanted to say is that almost my 35 years in this community, 33, I have never seen a continuance that's requested to be denied. There have been multiple requests for a continuance on this project so that we could take the time and clarify what planning staff has. We believe that the flaw exists in the planning staff report. We're not trying to throw anybody under the bus. What we're trying to do is get clarification for you to be able to render a decision on what this project brings to the community. And it brings a lot. It's the only time I can ever recollect that a continuance was denied was, it turned out to be a political issue, not a planning.
You guys submit a request for continuance?
I'm sorry?
I don't see a request for continuance. Did you guys submit one?
We've given multiple requests.
There's one of the choices that's being presented.
Oh, I know it's a staff choice. Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Okay, thank you. Business friendly means all business, whether it's builders, developers, companies that want to relocate here. We're posing ourselves to be a business friendly community. So when we get the opportunity to bring a good project, which is the gateway to the Palmdale, coming in from Avenue N, we have a good project that brings a lot of jobs. It brings economic benefit to the city through taxes. So it's our position is that we're just asking for a continuance to be able to clarify these misperceptions. One, that it's a salvage operation, which it's not. And be able to sit down with planning staff and say, hey, we have a problem, here's the issue, and Norpass, myself, and George Passantino are working to be able to work through this, because we want resolution. We don't want problems. We always provide solutions, and we always provide good projects. So that's basically what, excuse me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Last year, a safety issue was injected into the discussions on this project. That's the existing crash zone. There has to be a low-density use in that area to protect our citizens if there's, God forbid, an airplane accident. That's why this was redesigned to give that low-density use to this project. It could have been another use. It could have been all industrial buildings. But because of the requirement given to, God, I hate these things, given to the developer, they had to find a low-density use. And this is that low-density use. The proper purpose, the proper project in a crash zone for safety purposes. It is not a salvage yard, and it's very similar to another project that you've had. I don't blame you, Laura. God. I sit there with an oxygen port coming in this thing. That it's very similar to another project that you had come to the council for a negative mitigated deck. That's Copart. So we don't see any real difference. The other one's across from Northrop Lockheed. This one is off the runway in a safe crash zone. It's not visible from Avenue M. In fact, it's 2 football fields back from Avenue M. It's in the report, it said it abuts Avenue M. Clearly it does not. Those are the things that we need to resolve with discussion of planning staff or city staff. We need jobs. We need more jobs for subcontractors, for the union trades. When the economy opens, we should have those jobs ready. That project is already on the planning stages. We just need to get the approvals. We need tax revenue and economic benefits to Palmdale. This delivers that. So all we're asking for at this stage is just a continuance. It was requested. I think there's time to be able to work out any issues, and I think it gives a solution to both the city and the developer.
Thank you.
Mr. Norris, I think the issue that I pointed out with the previous speaker is that the specific plan doesn't permit the use of auctions in that property. And so, you know, whether we make a decision tonight or continue to another night, that's not going to change.
Well, it could because of the use. There's not many uses that you could have with height restrictions off the end of the runway at Plant 42.
So I've got a question here. This property's been tied up for over 2 years, but the DAB doesn't occur until January of this year, after the original deal had expired, and the city manager, without informing anybody, had extended it to give you guys some additional time. And with the market and with and everything that's going on, I'm just curious why, knowing that the specific plan does not permit it, and then in the follow-up from the DAB, when you get the written clarifications, where it's specifically stated on page 2 that it's not allowed in that use, I'm still trying to figure out why 2.5 years later, we're at this point right now.
I can't speak to the past. I know that it was during a prior administration. I know different city managers were in.
I don't know if that affects
It doesn't.
the ability to get the DAB hearing and if necessary, request a specific plan amendment.
I understand that the last year in 2019 is when they requested a low-density use. Now, where they got moved around in the project, Gary has to address that. But that was last year, and that took time to be able to find a use that could be presented to the city council for approval.
My understanding, and perhaps our city attorney will be able to clarify this, is that there were also deficiencies in terms of whether applications were made, what the content of those were, if any, and I think Mr. Knoll will be able to address that. But I'm interested in that. But it boils down to that one thing: if this specific plan does not allow auctions, that's the question before us. And I haven't heard anything that makes a change there, including the statement that was attributed to Ms. Saxton that's supposed to be some kind of oral representation.
Well, I wasn't present for that, so I can't address that.
Can
But I can address, what if this is not permitted, what is?
Well, I think that's where that 2-year, that's why the exceptionally long period, you've been on the council when we had deal after deal after deal up at the Fairway Business Park that was canceled because they were taking too long. And they weren't nearly this long, so, we all know some of the guys that were up there, you know, and, you know, I don't think that if this use, I just don't know that there was a timely pursuit of this project to get to where we are, but, I think that, do we have any other questions for Mr. Norris, and then maybe we can deliberate?
I have a question for, well, I guess the attorney, or for anyone who can answer it. Can the specific plan be changed?
Yeah, but they don't know, they no longer have any standing on it though. But yeah, absolutely. That's why I questioned that, and I said, you know, 2.5 years later, you know, we got a specific plan that's not been amended, and, you know, here we are, so.
Okay.
So I guess you're here today asking for more time for us to reconsider. I mean, you're not asking us to make a decision. You're just here asking us to allow you
Well,
more
we'd love for
time.
you to say the appeal's granted
I'm just-
and move forward,
I'm
but
just making sure I'm clear as to
Yeah.
what it is you're asking
we're
today.
asking for a continuance so that
For
we
how
can,
long?
30 to 60 days, 90 days, 60 days is probably maximum. that
And
they
Rick,
request.
would you anticipate would be occurring that's gonna be different than what we're,
The renderings are submitted. I don't know if they can find
yeah,
another
I don't even know that we're
use.
supposed to be looking at that, because that's not relevant to the specific
This
plan
is the
interpretation.
specific
Yeah,
plan.
but it's aside
Whether
of,
there's a
it's aside
specific
from
plan
the point.
amendment.
The specific plan does not permit auctions.
Yeah.
That's what's in front of us, and that's what was decided.
The-
And,
the-
and I don't know what's gonna change if we go 60 days, 6 months, or a
What's the
year.
difference between what
I
Copart's
think this is
doing
where
in
we
an
need to-
M2 zone versus an M4 zone?
I think this is where we should try to exercise a little flexibility and be accommodating for this
Well,
project.
you know, we can do that till, any other questions for him, and then we can deliberate?
I have
I
a
think we
question.
need to have some information
So just
from-
to clarify, it appears that there may have been a misunderstanding on the way that you presented the project and staff. Will your business plan work if you modified it to the uses that are permitted in the specific plan? That really is something that it should be considered, because if what you're asking us to allow something that is not specifically permitted, I can't do that. But does your business plan, and I don't know what your business plan exactly is, would modifying your business plan meet the permitted uses as they are today in the specific plan?
Well, the only question I have is if they said it was an approved use, and then they went out and took the time to build and get the commitment for this low-density use, then the question really becomes is, should it not be a acceptable use in that M4 zone?
Well, I
That's
think
not the
that's the
question.
purpose of getting all the comments from each of the different agencies, whether it's the sheriff's department, the fire department, the building department, the planning department. That's why you get them back in writing. So, I've been in those DAB meetings, and you can kick a lot of things around the table. What counts is the inspector or the planner, their written comments back on those plans, or in their comments back to you.
Yeah.
That's what ends up counting at the end of the day.
I understand.
So
We
Right.
want everything in writing on a land deal, yes.
you have to.
But Gary is the one that was in those meetings. I can't address that,
Right.
so.
And that's the letter that was issued on February 20th.
I think March 19th, and if there's, I had one here on March 19th.
Well, I have a question. I mean, this has been going on for such a long, long time. How would it be a detriment to the city to let them have another 30 days to try and get all this stuff ironed out?
Because there's been more than 2 years involved here.
So what's another 30 days?
That would only be if they change
It's the ability to
their
market
business
the
plan.
property, so it's the ability to get somebody in there with a project that matches the specific plan and things like that. Here's the other thing, I don't wanna get it, we're getting way too much into the project. But they as much as said is, they wanna go with the auto use in the back, and then they're gonna try to find somebody to build this stuff out front.
No, he's building the front.
Yeah,
The auto use is whether the city says that is not an acceptable use, we're not going to allow it. Then we have to find another use that is acceptable. But if
But
Coparts
not
is,
if the sales agreement fell through because the escrow period expired.
well, I would imagine that the COVID has a little bit to play with what's happened in the last 5 or 6, actually 7 months.
Unless, Mr. Norris, you have anything else, I'd like to hear from the city attorney.
Okay,
okay, thanks, Rick.
I'll do that.
Yeah. And Noel, my question involves the process, the application, any deficiencies therein, that whole history there.
Sure, and I'd be happy to defer to Carlene. So Carlene, if I misstate anything, please let me know. My understanding is that the only formal submittal with regard to this project is a request for an interpretation of the specific plan. I'm not aware of any complete land use application for this project.
So in the last 2 years, we have no completed applications other than the specific plan? Carlene, can you?
And if you take a moment to address the issue that was raised by the gentleman as to your statement, or
Sure,
whether
yeah,
that
I'd love
happened or
to.
not.
Yes, good evening. So the only application that has been submitted is actually a pre-application, and then this appeal of the interpretation. So no actual formal submittal, CUP, site plan review, specific plan amendment, or anything like that has been submitted.
And they had an opportunity to do all that?
Yes, yes.
Within
And
what period of time
I believe the 2.5 years that,
that they started, and it has never
Correct.
been submitted?
no. In regards to my verbal comments, I presented 3 options to the applicant, that they could do a specific plan amendment to allow for the use, or they could do a general plan amendment, zone change, and abandon the specific plan and incorporate into the general plan, or they could provide a proposal that fits within the
Were
specific
any of
plan.
those pursued by the applicants?
No.
And that is
They had
actually stated on the February 20th DAB letter. It states on item number 2, a specific plan amendment would be necessary if the applicant wishes to amend the specific plan here in front. amendment and zoning change would be necessary. So when you stated that you guys were told that, yeah, it's a permitted use, it's clearly stated here under item number 2 that you will need a specific plan amendment or abandon the specific plan. It's here.
Is that correct?
I understand what you're saying, I'm not.
Oh, look, just a second, sir, I mean,
Yeah.
so that wasn't complied with.
Correct.
What's just been pointed out by Mr. Carrillo. And there was an extensive period of time to actually have some of these things done, and it didn't get past the pre-application.
Correct.
And that was done, the pre-application was more than 2 years ago.
The pre-application was January 22nd of this
now.
year.
So what happened prior to January of 2020?
Unfortunately, I wasn't involved in any of the conversations, but nothing formally was submitted.
Okay, and there's no history of anything formal being applied,
Not that I'm aware of, no.
okay?
Okay, so I think we get right back down to, after 2.5 years, we're still at the same spot, basically, that we were 2.5 years ago. And, we may have an opportunity here to get an actual RFP, which is what we had discussed we would like to get for the highest and best use and explore that. I think that, we've had, a lot of discussion about project-based concepts here, but at the end of the day, the issue that's before us is the appeal of the planning commission's ruling that supported the staff members' ruling. So I think that's really what we've got before us here. So
Mr. Norris has a point.
that's really what we've got in front of us
Yeah.
here, so.
Mr. Norris wants to say something.
Did you wanna call him back? Go ahead, you can call him up.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Norris.
George Passantino's been waiting online to be able to address the issues. He's my partner in NorPass. We were retained about a month and a half ago to try and walk this through, clear up the
Yeah, I think
misperception.
2.5 years ago would have been a good time.
Well, I mean,
You know,
So,
I mean,
there's
seriously,
a lot of things I would've liked to have done 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
but this-
Mr. Norris,
this wasn't one.
there's, the applicant has had professional people that were dealing with this from the beginning, and it appears that there were lapses in complying with steps that would have led them to perhaps having this project accepted. But, for essentially saying that it's city staff that's at fault here, when the people that were representing your client were not doing what they had to do, it's unfair to say that the city staff is at fault here, Mr. Norris.
I'm not looking to put any blame on city staff. What I'm saying
It
is,
sounded like your colleague did.
he said that the planning staff report was flawed because it referred to it as a salvage operation, that it referred to it as abutting the Avenue M. There's deficiencies in there that need to be corrected. That's why we're asking for the continuance.
neither one of those are, like overwhelming issues relative to the specific plan uses.
I don't think we need to get into a finger pointing session. I think, I don't think there's any harm in giving them a 30 or 60-day extension based on the fact
I think
there
that's what
has
the
been
6-month extension was supposed to be for, and it still didn't.
If they're asking for a small extension, I think we should give it to them in the name of being business friendly with everything
I
that's
think we
going
did
on
that.
right now.
And I hear the word business friendly. I know that you're not suggesting by any stretch of the imagination that we're not business friendly. Even if we were to turn this down, we remain business friendly. And we're looking for any and all projects that comply with our specific plan codes, our general plan, and our zoning ordinances. But we can't allow for a project to go on for months and months and then into years, and then reach a point where more time is needed. I mean, at some point, we have to make a decision.
But we're talking about 7 months out of this year that nothing could be done. So you're asking about
Well,
what happened in the
yeah,
last 2.5 years. I can't
In all
address that.
fairness, out of that 7 months, there were 25 months that weren't affected.
I can't address any of
Does
that.
anybody have anything else
I
for
know
Mr.
that
Norris?
I know that he fought for that land deal for many, many years and used every available means that he could to get it. because he wanted to build something like this.
Yeah.
That much I can attest to.
Yeah.
And then I was saying that George wanted to address the council. He's been sitting online
Oh, okay.
in
All right,
Florida
well,
since.
Thank you, Rick,
since,
well, go ahead,
since
Mr.
about midnight.
Who is this?
Can I make an alternate motion to allow them 30 days? Is that allowable, attorney?
Well, it's just, you know,
Well,
we're just
we
adding.
don't
it.
have any motion on the table right now, so.
So can I make a motion to table this for 30 days?
Or is it gonna
Anybody
give
wanna
staff,
second it?
is it gonna give staff more time to look into it and
I
give them
think
that?
there's some clarification that needs to
Yeah.
be made. We might end up in the exact same place we are today in
I
30
just think
days.
we're kicking the
wait,
can
But
down
I
the
think
alley.
with COVID and everything else that's been
Right.
going on,
Give me
the
a second.
nation's been a mess. I think to be business friendly, like Austin says, that we need to allow them 30 days to get this ironed out.
I agree,
Our
I would second
our
that.
professional staff member, Ms. Saxton, is indicating, I believe, if she'll come up, that additional time is not going to change anything because of the requirements of the code and the specific plan.
I am not aware of any specific plan amendments that have been presented, so what is in the specific plan today will be the same in 30 days. And the land use before you in consideration, the appeal will be the same, so I think the information will be the same, if that's.
Is there anything that the applicant could submit that could change that?
A use that is permitted within the specific plan.
You know, and that's the reason why I stated that if the applicant's business plan can be modified to meet what's permitted in the specific plan, that would be the process. You have to go through a DAB, planning commission, and here too. But that would be, if it's appealed, but that would be something that you would have to make a decision on. If your business plan could meet what's allowed in the specific plan as of today, that's one option you have. That's another way to look at it.
We can do that. Well,
So,
but
with that-
see, okay,
I don't think it'd be hurt to exercise flexibility on this lot based on the fact that from what I've heard, there's problems with the height and airplanes, and it might be a difficult or unique piece of property to occupy or to get building on, so.
Here's one of the problems I have, I mean, along with just considering everything, but there's been extensions of time repeatedly. Then, from June 16th, I believe it was, correct me if I'm wrong on the date, it had to be extended again because the applicant didn't put up a proper sign on the property. So it got continued again, and yet there's no activity between then and now. I just don't see how additional time's gonna change anything.
so did you had a motion?
I had a motion, and I think
Was
I had
there a second to
There was
that
a
motion?
second.
I'm gonna second that motion in hopes that they can work with staff and get these issues resolved in a timely manner. I
I'd like to
understand
make
you
a
guys are,
substitute motion to adopt a resolution upholding the planning commission's interpretation.
Second.
Okay, so,
So now we have two motions on the table, right?
It's a
right, so we vote on mayor's first.
There's two motions on the table, you take the substitute motion first.
okay, so,
Now, were we gonna give someone an opportunity to say something? Was somebody online or something?
okay,
You don't have anybody from, okay.
no, okay, all right. Okay, so, any other discussion, or we'll call for the question? So, on the substitute motion to adopt resolution number PC 2020-020, upholding the planning commission's interpretation, city clerk, can we take a roll call vote, please?
For the substitute motion to adopt resolution CC 2020-075, Mayor Hoffbauer,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa,
Yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt,
No.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Bishop.
No.
Okay, with that, so,
Motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
okay. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is 22.2. And that is public hearing and review of proposed ordinance number 1548 for adoption. Staff, who's doing the report on that?
That'd be me, Your Honor.
Okay,
I'd like to read into the record the title of the ordinance. It's ordinance number 1548, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale establishing a temporary suspension of section 5.04.670H4 of the Palmdale Municipal Code prohibiting the sale of flavored electronic cigarette products. I don't know if it's the pleasure of the council to vote to introduce the ordinance before the staff report or after the staff
Okay,
report.
why don't we go ahead and do that? So, do I have a motion to introduce the ordinance?
So moved.
You have a motion, do I have a second? Okay, Mr. Carrillo and Ms. Betancourt made a motion in the second. So, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. On December 3rd of 2009, to protect young people from the harms of nicotine and abate their introduction to tobacco products, the City Council adopted ordinance number 1535, which prohibited the sale of flavored electronic cigarette products in the city of Palmdale. In doing so, the City Council determined that they wanted to accommodate the sale of tobacco retailers' current stock of flavored electronic cigarette products, to adjust inventories, and to accommodate the tobacco retailers' substitution of alternative products for sale. The City Council decided to delay the implementation of the ordinance for 6 months. Subsequently, on March 4th, the City of California and the County of Los Angeles declared a state of emergency in an effort to prevent and mitigate the effects of COVID-19. On March 19th, the governor issued an executive order which directed the public to stay home and ordered the closure of all non-essential businesses, which included the tobacco retailers. In addition, there's been a Senate Bill 793 that's been introduced, and if passed, would prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco in the state of California, and that would essentially moot out our regulation of flavored electronic cigarette products. The ordinance before you would suspend enforcement of section 5.04.67H4, which is the prohibition on selling flavored electronic cigarette products until February 1st of 2021. That would give tobacco retailers an opportunity to sell off their stock and to adjust for either the regulation of this ordinance or the state law that may go into effect on January 1st. I'm available for any questions.
Hey, we heard from, let's see, it was Pueblo and Salud was a proponent of this originally on the tobacco industry, on vaping and so on.
Yes, Pueblo y Salud was one of the requesters of the initial ordinance, yes.
Right. Have you had any contact with them regarding this postponement?
We met with Javier Flores and his organization last week on a number of topics, and this was discussed, yes.
Okay, was this, did he indicate that it was acceptable to them to postpone this for 6 months?
Well, I don't want to speak for Mr. Flores or his organization.
We have no public comment from him here.
No public comment
I
received?
thought I saw him
We,
here.
well, no, there is one, no, but from him, I said, no public comment from the organization. The public comment that I have here on that particular item, is opposing, any extension on it from an individual there, so. We
To
have
answer
one
Mr. Law's
public.
question, I was at that meeting, Mr. Flores was brought up to date in this ordinance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Correa?
Mr. Flores was at the meeting that Mr. Noel mentioned last Friday or Thursday.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I cannot speak for him either, but it seemed like he was amenable to extending this to wait, see what the state is gonna do. It seemed to me that he agreed that it wouldn't make any sense to spend it in litigation money when the state will eventually be making a determination, a decision in 6 months.
So on balance, it was something he could go along with?
Yes.
I was kinda getting that impression as well, but like I said, I didn't wanna have somebody provide testimony on behalf of, what do you call that, attorneys call that hearsay? Secondhand information?
It just depends.
Or
I mean,
whatever,
there's
I watch enough,
there's
watch enough, yeah.
there are
Okay.
exceptions to the rule, but.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in general, I believe that the whole issue of vaping particularly affects the health of children and youths, and it's a national epidemic, and I have been opposed to it, to even having any consideration for extending this. But I understand that there's other extenuating circumstances. And my sense was, I did have a conversation with Mr. Flores as well. My sense was that on balance, he would not be, he's not opposed, he's not in favor, but it sounded like he'd be neutral on this because of these other things, the Senate bill that we're talking about.
Right,
And
and
these
the
other-
litigation costs as well,
Right.
so.
So, Okay.
Yeah, sometimes, we gotta step back and look at the bigger picture with everything going on.
Yeah.
So I think this is the right call at this time.
City Clerk, was there any other public comments on this item that, I don't have on my pile here?
Mayor? Yeah, we have one, Mayor. Do you want me to read it in?
Oh, yeah, was that the one that I said from guest 15947?
You
Yeah,
want me to
just
read
said
the
that they
public
were
comment?
opposed to it, so.
Now, why is it?
You want me to read it or no?
Well, yeah, but we're gonna be here till about 3 AM reading all these, unless we sort of,
Okay.
okay. But I think they're just saying that their, products are available, to sell online and, you know, what makes us sell them at smoke shops are irrelevant, so. Problem with kids at home smoking and stuff, so.
Yeah, well, it is an issue. I
Yeah,
think that's a major
yeah.
concern.
I would,
It starts at home.
yeah,
That's the
well,
bottom,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly, and I wouldn't be, I don't want to extend this, but again, looking at all the factors involved and the litigation costs, I don't, I don't see where the, like you say, striking a balance here, so. Does anybody have a motion on this item then?
Motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have Mr. Carrillo with a motion and a second by Ms. Betancourt. I'm gonna call for the vote. Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mullin,
Based on the statements that were made today, yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt,
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Bishop,
Yes.
the motion carries with 5 yes votes.
Thank you. So we have 22.3, so we can have the staff read the title of the ordinance number 1547.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance number 1547. I'll read it into the record. I will note that the title in the packet has a typographical error where it says 8.04090. That should read 8.04490. I will note that the balance of the ordinance has the correct numbers in the ordinance. So I will read it as it should read,
Okay.
which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale modifying and amending Title 8 of the Palmdale Municipal Code, sections 8.04.470 and 8.04.490 as to fireworks sales permits and eligible organizations for fireworks sales permits within the City of Palmdale.
So can I get a voice vote, a motion to introduce ordinance number 1547? I'll actually make that motion to introduce it.
Second.
And
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm not showing any public comments on this item. Did you show anything more? For 22.3? And Madam City Clerk, have we received anything that you're in possession of? No? Okay. Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, so the recommendation is adopt the ordinance 1547. I just want everybody to know that we spent a lot of time with some of the nonprofits, with the fireworks companies, and with several other cities to provide us with the input on how they handle the issue of making sure that what we say, which is we provide these booths with the opportunity to sell the safe and sane fireworks on the basis that they're providing a legitimate resource within the community. And you know, there's been some concern over the years about how does that translate. This clarifies that, and it's a system that's used in many cities around Southern California.
So while we're on the topic of fireworks, which is a hot topic right now, just for the public that may be listening, you know, they've asked us repeatedly to get this back on the public ballot. Who initiates that? How does that happen?
Well, that could either be initiated by the public or through this body.
It was my understanding that because of the fact it was citizen initiated, that it was the residents that had to put it back on again, that it wasn't us that put it on.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. I don't remember how it came about last time and whether it makes a difference if it's citizen initiated or council initiated.
Yeah, either way,
But that's something that I could look into if
Either way,
that's
it's
the,
too late to get it on the ballot this year.
yes.
So, but we could certainly research it and let the public know.
I think
Or
with
whatever
this
next time.
ordinance, you're gonna see fewer booths, because
Yeah.
there's been a lot of concern that there's some of them out there kind of finagling the information they're given to planning. Planning can only do so much research. Now they're gonna have to, provide
Follow up.
documentation that this is what we did and how we did it. You can look at some of these groups, and when you look at it, all their activities are nowhere near the city.
Right.
You know, but somehow they got their name in, not even a corporate paper show they're in the
But
city,
I,
so.
I would like to do some research and find out how the process is to be handled, so that those people that might wanna bring it onto a ballot next time can do so.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
I've
you
got
so
enough, I've also have enough email people asking the same thing, so I
Man,
think we
it's
owe it to them to
unbelievable.
get that
Bombarded.
information.
So let me point out to you guys that for 100 and something years, City of Los Angeles has never allowed them.
I know,
And
I'm
it's
aware.
crazy.
We
The
have
only
this
thing that's gonna
conversation
stop
every year.
this is if the state actually steps up to the plate and starts interdicting this stuff as it comes in from Nevada again. So you can ban everything in the world, but if nobody's doing anything to stop it from getting here, you know, so.
And I think that's a point to, that I want to illustrate. I don't know whether this ordinance could be changed. I think it's important to distinguish between safe and sane, which is the product that is being dispensed at during this period of time for these booths, for these nonprofits. Could we add the word safe and sane fireworks instead of just saying fireworks?
Or legal.
Because I think that people think the public generally thinks that somehow there's a link between all of the illegal fireworks that we're blasting on the 4th of July
There's not.
Yeah, there is none.
and the safe and sane.
So I'll go ahead, here's what I'll do. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 1547 with the provision that wherever the word fireworks are used in relationship to the product that is the booths are selling.
Hold on, so I just wanna point out that this ordinance only changes 2 sections in a much larger section of the municipal code that deals with fireworks. And section 8.04.430 says fireworks, safe and sane fireworks permitted. The next section is 8.04.440, fireworks, dangerous, prohibited. So the code already distinguishes between safe and sane fireworks and that are permitted by the fire marshal and illegal fireworks.
Understood, but I think we're adopting another ordinance here, and I think just to make sure that the clarification applies to this as well, the word safe and sane ought to be attached to it.
This is what we're looking at here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it doesn't make any substantive change in it, it's just like a typo to, you know.
And it makes it consistent with the
Yeah.
existing ordinances.
So I'll go ahead and make that motion.
So you would like to
I'd just
insert
like to
the
add the
term
word-
safe and sane before
The word fireworks.
fireworks?
When we start speaking about permissible uses,
Okay.
okay?
Second that motion?
Okay, have a motion and, by myself, second by Mr. Carrillo. Was there any other discussion or call for the vote?
And we'll be getting information back on Laura's request. I guess that was the only thing.
That's just
Separate.
direction to the staff,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Call for the question.
Yep, okay. City clerk?
Ordinance number 1547 with the requested amendment. Mayor Hoffbauer.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Muller.
Yes.
Councilmember Betancourt.
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Bishop.
Yes.
The motion passes with 5 yes votes.
Very good. 22.4, public hearing and review of resolution number CC 2020-074. Who's the staff member on this one? Mr. Murphy? Or, for Mr. Murphy? Terry Zaks. Ma'am?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Terry Zayas, and I'm the analyst in the City Manager's Office. This evening, I present to you Resolution Number CC 2020-074, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palmdale restating in its entirety the Palmdale fee resolution and repealing Resolution Number CC 2017-039.
Okay, so on 22.4, I didn't show any, public comment on that one.
Nope.
See you quick.
Okay. I'll move forward with the presentation. We've had a lot of discussion about the city's Renaissance Plan in recent months. One of the goals of the Renaissance Plan is to restore the long-term fiscal health of the city and local businesses. After discussions, analyzing the current economic situation, and in order to continue to facilitate development, staff is recommending no changes being made to the fee schedule for fiscal year 2021, except for Dry Town Water Park fees, which we'll discuss later. The annual fee schedule process involves taking several steps prior to its adoption. First, staff annually reviews the fee schedule to determine if any modifications are needed based on services provided, justified and documentable cost increases, or allowable flat increases based on the Consumer Price Index or the Engineering News Index report. Once the review process is completed, a draft copy of the staff report, resolution, and fee schedule are emailed to building industry and utility agencies 2 weeks prior to the initial notice of the public hearing, at which time feedback is encouraged. A draft copy of the document was emailed to our outside agencies on June 24th. Additionally, notices of the public hearing is also published in the local paper 2 times in a 10-day period, and copies are made available to the public. The public hearing notices were published in the AV Press on July 5th and July 14th. To date, staff has not received any feedback from the public or any outside agencies. The final step in the annual process is what brings us here tonight. The City Council is to adopt the fee resolution to A, revise existing fees, rates, or charges, adopt new fees, rates, or charges, or lastly, revise headings or descriptive language for existing fees. As you recall, prior to the onset of COVID, a fee study was conducted by Revenue and Cost Specialist, LLC, to review our fee costs. A presentation was given to the City Council on November 5th, 2019. The findings of the fee study show that the city is not fully recovering the cost of services, and the fees proposed by the consultant were substantially higher than the city's current fees. So the documentation that is before you tonight has undergone a bit of a facelift, if you will, if you recall prior fee resolutions. The previous format for the fee schedule was quite wordy and cumbersome. To address the fee schedule layout, a micro business was formed early on in the process to discuss how we can best present our fees more efficiently and effectively. Staff conducted online searches of websites from other cities and unanimously decided that a more straightforward and streamlined format was preferred. We streamlined the fees by listing them alphabetically by department and or division, and then alphabetized the coinciding fees. Other improvements that were suggested by the fee study consultants included the removal of business permit fees from the actual body of Exhibit A to the fee resolution, and created their own schedule referred to in the document as Schedule A, and we clarified some fee descriptions and department and division titles as well. Most service fees have not been revised. The only exception is Dry Town Water Park, which revised service fees to recover costs absorbed by the city when the entire facility is rented, and to note increases to lifeguard wages based on increased minimum wage costs. Included in there is a table that we have provided to show the differences between old fees and new fees, and as you can see, the revisions are minimal. So staff recommends adopting Palmdale Fee Resolution number 2020-074 and repeal Palmdale Fee Resolution number CC 2017-039. Staff is available for any questions.
Is there any adjustment for nonprofits that may want to use the facilities?
There is a lower nonprofit rate that Ms. Smith can probably talk with you in further detail. Okay. But we did make no changes to those fees for this year.
Thank you.
So, most of them I don't have a big problem with. The one I'm having a little bit of difficulty with is it's $1,175 more for the park buyout, and I'm trying to figure out that our cost, minimum wage cost, you know, for the lifeguards and stuff like that, did that go up $1,175 for an evening?
It's $21.75.
Mayor, these are our actually costs, my understanding, and when you talk about the amount of employees that are working for a park, so you're talking about all the employees for an all-day.
I'll just use an example, yeah, but.
Park rent out. So, the only fees, my understanding, that were changed are almost our cost. And we have made substantial changes, based on Eric and Kerry's leadership over the last 2 years on the park buyout. Prior, we were not having a lot of success because we were making them take on additional insurance. And we have changed that, working with the city attorney's office, the innovative ideas. So we have saved money for these organizations. Erica, you might want to talk about that.
No, I get that.
Okay.
You know, I get that. I would
So-
just, you know, everything else seemed like it was kind of an incremental jump, $25, $30, something like that. And all of a sudden I got to that one and it's $1,100, and that's one that just kind of caught my eye. And then kind of the other question was, the $4 per person, once we get to 501, you know, we start hitting for the extra $4. How did we, I mean, why wasn't there an incremental? Because if they buy it out and they come in there with 200 people, it's the same amount as it is if they show up at 499. But if they show up at 501, they start paying another $4. So how did that occur?
Right, just for a little background on this, we're estimating that, to get to your $5,500 question, we're estimating that currently with our buyouts, the city is losing, or subsidizing that buyout $750 an hour based on the current fee structure, and increases in cost to minimum wage and also just operating costs. So that's how we got to the base $5,500. It cost us almost $6,000 just to open the park for 3 hours. And we anticipate making up the rest of the money with just on-site sales during the buyout. So that's how we got to the $5,500. As we add more people into the buyout, it increases our costs, and we try to recover that cost with the $4 per person.
So does it necessarily change like the number of lifeguards and staff that's out there if they've got, you know, 550 people versus 495?
No, to your point, it doesn't necessarily change that plan, but it does increase the, you know, use and wear and tear on the park, and the number of, not lifeguards per se, but other staff that have to support that buyout, full-time staff, other part-time staff, do have to get pulled in as those numbers increase.
Yeah, I was wrong. It's 2175, not 1175.
Yeah.
So I
where my
was a solid C student in that. Okay, so.
That's where my $750 estimate came from.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, who buys it out? Because I tell you, there were a couple of parties where I didn't buy it out, because when I saw the price at $3,300, we
Right.
said, let's go to Vince's Pizza. So,
Right now, we have some nonprofit organizations buying it out. We have some school districts that buy it out. We do have some private parties and families that do buy it out for birthday parties. We do have some local companies that do buy out the park as well. You know, if you break it down to per person, if you get 500 people there, it's only $10 a person to rent out the park for 3 hours. So
how many times a year, was there an analysis done of, you know, how many times they're doing it a year, and then we're bumping it up to my corrected amount of $2175, thank you. What the balance is on that? I mean, how many people is that going to,
No, to be honest, Mayor, really our goal with raising this fee was really to just try to meet the Dry Town's goal to recover all of its costs.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know, to your point, no, a study wasn't necessarily done, how many people would necessarily not rent the park out, but just how can we bring the fee up to a break-even situation?
I'd like to see, if we choose to adopt this, what the change. So I don't know what's gonna happen now after we start opening this thing up. The place could get flooded for the balance of whatever year, and I certainly would like to
Let's
see
hope
us
so.
stay open a little later in the year. If we can get this place open by Labor Day instead of closing by Labor Day, the next day or the next week, give us some additional time to get some use out of all that work we put into that place.
Right.
But I like to see what we get as far as interest with the buyouts, because that, you know, that's a big jump. I would have rather have seen, I think we've talked about this with some of the increases, maybe where it is an incremental, where we go up, you know, maybe $1,000 this, you know, the next, you know, this next period, and then bump it up again or something like that. But I think that if this is what we need to do in order to get the cost recovery, I would hate to see us end up getting 100% of nothing, and people say, oh, that's too much. you know?
Understand.
So I want us to really keep an eye on that thing, so.
Understand.
So, my understanding is that, visiting, teams or people that are visiting the area also do the buyouts. Is there a substantial amount of that or not?
No, to be honest, that hasn't been a market that has been real.
There's local teams and
successful. Local agencies, sometimes some churches will rent it out, the school districts. We've had some
movies get shot there, right?
We've had some filming there as well. We also have a military housing organization that typically rents out our park every year to provide recreation for families of service members that are.
Like a Veterans Night.
Yeah,
Outstanding.
so so they come every year.
But not this year because of COVID, but in other times when we have leagues or out-of-town teams that are coming here to use the various services in both Lancaster and Palmdale, do we try to reach out to these folks and let them know, hey, this is an opportunity for you?
So that market is really, we tap into that market just for like daily use and parties, or trying to get those organizations to have some of their teams show up and come to the park during regular use, during, you know, regular hours. We have had AYSO, when they had their national games out here, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, it was in Lancaster at the soccer center. We hosted their buyout event for their national tournament. But individual teams typically will use the park during normal operating hours.
So we gotta do a better job of getting information. I
Sure.
remember just before the COVID, there was, I forget what the team was, and it was, listening to the young ladies sitting at the table next to us, and they were talking about going down to Valencia. I said, you know, we got a water park right down the road here. And
We
they
don't
said, no.
we don't allow that to happen. We close the freeway and don't.
Yeah, we need to shut it down.
Right.
But, yeah, I just think that, like Mr. Lois said, you know,
More outreach, more promotion.
yeah, a little more
Absolutely.
outreach, and we're gonna be bump this up. I'd really be interested in whatever time frame that you guys look at this within.
Sure.
That you come back and let us know that, you know what, we bumped it up, and on both nights, we recovered it. you know?
Understood. Okay.
But we didn't get the other 12 nights we had last year or something, you know. I just like to see how that works out, cause that's a hefty bump, you know.
And truthfully, though, it probably should have happened over the last couple of years.
There's a lot of things that we should have been doing.
Incrementally, though, Mayor, it should have been happening.
Yeah.
So yes, it's a big hit. I recognize
Well,
that.
you're killing me, man, with these pavilion rental, because my wife makes me buy one every time we come, so.
All right, thank
But
you.
I'm gonna vote anyhow, so. Anything else for anybody else on this item?
Yes, I do have one. A couple of years ago, when the council was introduced an item to do a fee resolution study, I mentioned the appeal fee. That fee is $750. I think that fee is too high for individual homeowners who want to do a room addition, and then it gets appealed because of not meeting certain criteria. And big residential developers have taken advantage of this minor exemption. And just for a single family homeowner that wants to do a room addition to deviate from a building setback became an issue for me. And you may recall that I asked that this fee be looked at. It's $750 for applicants and non-applicants. 3 years ago, the appeal fee for an applicant was $150, $150 for the applicant. Non-applicants have to pay more. So I'd like to ask the council to consider this fee being lower for applicants whose projects get, we have to go through an appeal
Which
process.
page are you on here?
Page 19, on the planning fees, on the top portion, on the planning. Appeal to the planning commission and appeal to city staff, $750. I think again, that's unfair for single homeowners who want to do an improvement to their property.
Yeah, especially now because with COVID and people not working, and we want our homeowners to upkeep their homes and keep the values of the neighborhoods up. So I think it's important that we make it as easy as possible for homeowners to make improvements and help keep those costs down.
Yeah, I remember having this discussion a
We
few
had
months
this
back.
conversation, I do remember when Juan brought
Exactly,
this up.
when we were looking at all the fees
Yes.
broken down during
Yes.
a fee workshops.
Well, I'll tell you what, can we ask the staff to bring us back a report on that item at the next council meeting?
No, because we'll be approving this
Terry,
ordinance.
can we do that, bring that back and show us what because you may have a point that some of these things are rubber stamped, that some of these permits where you can walk into the counter at building and safety, and they have the drawings and stuff there, you just gotta fill in the blanks with your address and stuff on there. So some of the stuff may be a little bit simpler, so that way we can justify that for the ones that are gonna take the time, that you've got the time, but the ones that are pretty minimal.
Well, we have the acting planning manager here, maybe she can tell us right now. We also have the development services extra, so.
Is that a number you would have handy for us here? I can't find that page.
Good evening again. So unfortunately, I don't have the fee study information with me tonight, but I know that it was considered, and I recall bringing that up. I think that one thing that was discussed is perhaps a difference between a homeowner and an actual project applicant, such as was before you tonight, considering them separately, but.
Well, I'll tell you again, what my issue is, big residential developers, KV. They went through at least 23 minor exemptions in the tract I live in. All 23 were approved, no question. I applied for one, it became an issue. And I had to pay $750 to file an appeal to the planning commission, which then got sent to the city council. Again, as a single homeowner, I have the right to improve my property, and this fee makes it very difficult, not only for me, but for a lot of residents. Not only with what's going on today. A building permit, planning review, $63. I mean, and then he gets to get appeal, $750?
I
Come on, guys.
do think it's unfair to ask staff to handle this right now. I think we should.
Yeah, let's bring it back. I think he's got a legitimate issue here.
I definitely hear the
Yeah.
concern and
Yeah.
understand, so.
Yeah.
City manager has something.
All right, so we'll provide that direction?
I think our city manager wants to say something.
Yes, sir.
Well, I have a question. I mean, Juan, what do you think? Do you think $250 would be for a resident?
I think what it used to be before, $150.
And then that's for a resident, and then for a commercial, are you fine
Private
with
homeowner.
the $750?
Private homeowner,
Private homeowner.
if that's something that can be done legally. I don't know if we can make that distinction between,
And that's why
developers.
we need to research it and bring it back. I think this is gonna
Maybe
take
it's
some
more
time.
the issue of, it's the fee for an appeal for a 50-acre project is the same thing as it is for an appeal on a driveway
addition or-
encroachment or something. So I think there needs to be a little bit of discretion
Absolutely.
figured out on that one.
So can we-
You're right, and I think
you,
that
guys.
maybe a scale based on the size or the cost of the project or
Yeah,
what,
something, we can work something
yeah,
out, sure.
I think that
Let's give
needs to
staff
be
some time
addressed,
to do that.
Can I ask that we adopt the fee schedule as presented?
Right.
Outside of the appeal
Yes.
to the city, we'll make that the 150, and then staff will come back to you for the difference between a residential private homeowner, and we'll bring just that fee next month.
Yes.
So you can adopt this at 150, not 750, for the appeal for a residential homeowner.
Well, in the next 30 days, I don't know if we're gonna get much of a difference. I don't know how much paperwork that creates for the next 30 days.
Right, I'm just, well, for the next 30 days, if a residential homeowner, and we're gonna adopt these fees, they would pay 150, but.
Okay, well, I'll make,
I have a question. My understanding is that there's two distinct areas that fees are being increased upon, and that's the Dry Town Water Park. What's the other area?
I believe the cost for the lifeguards.
It was, yeah, the
Well, the lifeguard's a
lifeguards.
separate issue, okay. And those are the two things that are being, okay.
Do you wanna have them change it now and then potentially change it again in 30 days, or
Or
just bring us
just
back the
approve it
numbers in
now,
30
bring it
days?
back.
I think that we change it now, and if it's, well, here comes Marie, so let's see what she has to say.
Marita.
Yeah, jump on in there.
Prop 26 governs our ability to impose fees and charges in the city. So in order to lower the fee, we'd have to do a time and motion study to justify those fees before we can adopt them.
All right, I'll make a motion that we adopt the fee schedule as presented and provide direction back to staff to look at the other item that, on the,
Just to make a
Permits and
point,
fees.
we already had a presentation on the fees
Yes, we did.
to be increased.
Yeah, we did.
We all, if I'm not mistaken, were in disagreement with the increase of the fees in general. A CUP would have cost $10,000. The park development, park fees for recreational purposes, they would have increased as well. So the fee resolution study was presented to us about, 7, 8 months ago? We did not like it.
Right.
I have a big problem with this fee being imposed on single-family homeowners. So if you want to, I respect your right to make a motion, but I will vote no, because it is unfair for a room addition for a single-family homeowner, and for KB, D.R. Horton, major commercial developers, they all were approved.
yeah,
That's what I have to
well,
say.
yeah,
But we are
So-
gonna review it, for sure.
yeah, I just wanna make sure that as Ms. Ritchie was saying here, is that we end up with having the documentation in the staff report. I agree with you.
I totally agree with him.
Yeah, I just wanna see him, we bring it back in 30 days. I don't know how many appeals we've got pending right now,
Well, there won't be many coming in at
Well, not at that
$750.
price.
Yeah,
Who can afford it?
Yeah.
yeah.
So can I just ask Maria another question? So going through the process based on what the state rules are, how long would it take us to officially do the review and make the change that we're talking about with one?
Not long at all. We can reach out to the planning department and sit down and go through the process, document employee hours, paperwork review, time and costs, and then we can come up with a fee at that point. But it's really important to be able to provide that documentation in case someone comes to
Are you
appeal a
able to
fee.
bring that back at the next regularly scheduled council meeting?
I'm gonna defer to Carlene to answer that.
Can we put all of this over to so we have one comprehensive resolution, or do we have to pass this tonight? Are we under some kind of time restriction on this?
Well, only if somebody wants to.
No, but there's, you don't have to approve it tonight. The existing fees will be in place, but on the other hand, like, you can approve this and then make the single change at the next meeting too. And it's the pleasure of the council.
So we can take it up two separately.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The two area of
Approve this report, we get this thing done, and then in 30 days come back with the changes on the planning fees that Mr. Creel brought up.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Okay.
I don't know if there was a motion made yet.
yeah, no, I made that motion.
I'll second.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second to adopt the fee schedule and provide direction to staff to bring back the report with the adjusted fees on the residential, the homeowner-based fees.
I thought it was more than a report. I thought it's like to agendize the reduction of fees.
Yeah, well, they have to have the report,
Right, no, I understand
do
that,
that,
but
so,
to agendize the issue so we can vote on it next time.
all the above,
Okay?
okay?
Mayor
Aye.
Hoffbauer,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lord,
Yes.
Councilmember Betancourt,
Yes?
Councilmember Carrillo,
I will vote no on the principles that I stated.
Councilmember Bishop.
Yes.
Motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Sure.
Before we move on, Terry, will you come back or sit right there? I want to make two commendations. One to the council for your faith and trust in me back in January when I brought forward staff changes in roles and responsibilities. And Terry moved on from our former role to be a management analyst, and you supported that. I want to tell you that most people across the country, when you have a fee resolution, don't get handed over to a management analyst just to present. But Terry just didn't present this. This was her work. You know, under Marie's guidance, Terry took this on as work countless hours to make sure this presentation was put together, that this was documented. We listened from the previous fee schedule that just was, as maybe somebody said, was dumped on your laps before. So I just want to commend Terry for the efforts she made in having this passed tonight. So thank you, Terry, and thank you for.
Thank you, appreciate it, thank you.
Good job, Terry.
Yeah, thank you. I know we didn't get a chance to say earlier.
All right.
Yeah, it was.
All right, we're gonna take a brief recess because it's 9 o'clock and we have old people up here. We'll be back in 5 minutes, thanks. Being a meeting here. And unless I'm wrong here, we're talking about 22.5. You got this one?
I do, thank you. So I'll start by reading the title of the ordinance into the record. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale, California, approving zoning ordinance amendment 20-003, a request to modify standards for multiple family residential development. Thank you. The proposed zoning ordinance amendment would amend the municipal code to clarify open space, refuse, and setback requirements for multifamily residential developments. Residential housing within the city consists primarily of detached single-family residences within traditional suburban neighborhoods. Given the imbalance of housing types, the need for different types of housing to accommodate the influx of employees in various areas, and the state mandated requirements to provide multiple family housing in accordance with the regional housing needs assessment, the city needs to find ways to attract this type of development. Staff has reviewed the multiple family residential development standards to determine which modifications might provide increased flexibility for new developments. And as a result, minor edits to the standards related to open space, refuse containment, and interior setbacks have been proposed. In addition, and separately, staff is in the early stages of preparing design standards for multifamily residential developments as well. So you can expect to see a staff report on that item in the future. For all developments containing 5 or more units, the municipal code requires 30% of the site to be used for common open space within the R2 and R3 zones, and 15% of the site within R4 zones. In general, areas that cannot be utilized towards the open space are setback areas, vehicle parking areas, areas between buildings that are less than 15 feet apart, and sloped areas. In order to provide some flexibility for future developments, the amendment proposes to remove reference to existing areas that cannot be included within the open space calculation, and it includes additional areas that may be included, like community buildings, similar or gymnasiums, clubhouses, roof decks, things like that.
So rooftop decks?
Correct.
Correct, okay, thank you.
It doesn't specifically name roof decks, but it includes community gathering spaces.
Okay.
The municipal code requires that developments within the R2, R3, and R4 zones provide 1 trash enclosure for every 10 units. However, the municipal code is silent regarding the number of trash enclosures for any other type of development. For all development other than multiple family residential, conditions of approval are applied to the project, requiring the applicant to work with the refuse containment company to determine the appropriate number of enclosures for that specific development. So due to the inequity between multiple family residential development and all other types of development, the potential inconsistency between the municipal code requirement and the actual refuse company requirements, the amendment proposes to remove the language requiring the 1 trash enclosure for every 10 units for multiple family development, and then this would be consistent with other types of development. The municipal code specifies side and rear setbacks when properties containing different zoning designations are located contiguously. The increased setback is intended to provide a buffer from more intense uses and less intense uses. The R2 and R3 zone require interior side yard setbacks of 5 feet for each story and rear yard setbacks of 15 feet. When the development is adjacent to existing or proposed single-family residential development, a minimum of 20 feet on both the interior side yard and the rear yard is required. And this requirement is not a requirement for the R4 zone, it's only R2 and R3. So the amendment proposes to remove the increased setback requirement for all multiple family residential uses when they're located adjacent to future or existing single-family residential development.
So what would be the typical setback?
It would be probably 15 feet if it's a 3-story building, 10 feet if it's a 2-story building, 5 feet if it's a 1-story building.
So I can have a 3-story building 15 feet from my backyard?
From your side or rear property line.
Wow, I would not like that at all.
It's 5 feet less than what would be required now.
I have a 2-story house that I would like as close to me as it is, much less a 3-story apartment complex. That would be a tough sell, I think, for our neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think I don't know that you gain that much with that extra 5 feet. I think really the issue is more, how do you buffer it? Not what's the size of the buffer, but how it's buffered. So are you putting trees in there?
Well, is
How
there a
are the
requirement,
windows
is there a
situated?
requirement for that?
Huh?
Is there a requirement for that? Is that?
Well, I mean, they're required to provide landscaping, and typically when we're reviewing residential projects that have a higher density next to residential projects that have a lower density, we are taking into consideration the views from the new property to the existing property, so that we're making sure that everyone's privacy is protected.
So it's like when we had the project over by Sprouts. So what they did is they worked on the, what do you call them, the cathedral windows? So they're up high. The ironic thing is, you could have existing homes there, you could put a 2-story home up there and have the balcony look
Oh, well,
right over your
I'm
yard.
surrounded by I'm a 1-story, I'm surrounded by 2-story homes, and they all look right into my yard. I mean, I can't imagine having an entire apartment complex doing that.
Yeah. Megan?
Okay, all right, carry on.
So with that, you have a couple options tonight. The first would be to introduce the ordinance. The second would be to continue the item, and the third would be to deny it, and option 1 is recommended, and that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So let's get a motion so we can continue the discussion. Let's get a motion to introduce the ordinance, please. I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Discussion? Motion? I have, Mr. Loa makes a motion to approve,
I'll make a second.
and Mr. Carrillo has a second on that. Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Mayor Hoffbauer,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa,
Yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt,
No.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Bishop.
Yes.
The motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you. Item number 22.6. Who's gonna handle that one?
It's me again.
Boy, man, oh man. Okay. So this is public hearing and review of resolution number CC 2020-076, ordinance number 1545.
And I will start this one by reading the ordinance into the record. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving zone change 18-002, a request to change the zone from R1 7,000 single-family residential minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet to R3 multiple residential on a vacant site located at the southeast corner of Avenue S and 42nd Street East, APNs 3052, 001, 071, and 072. Okay. The proposed project is a request to construct 80 townhomes on a vacant site. The site is located on the southeast corner of Avenue S and 42nd Street East. The site includes development of 80 attached townhomes within 18 3-story buildings. The units are intended to be sold or rented at market rate value. All development standards have been met or exceeded except those pertaining to common open space, trash enclosures, and interior side setbacks. So, however, given that the zoning ordinance amendment was just approved, the development will now be in compliance with the newly amended requirements. The site is currently within the single-family residential land use designation, which allows 3.1 to 6 dwelling units per acre. Under the current density, the site could accommodate a maximum of 30 dwelling units. In order to accommodate the proposed townhouses, the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to revise the designation of the site to multifamily residential, which allows 10.1 to 16 dwelling units per acre. The proposed development consists of 80 residences, which would be a density of 15.9 dwelling units per acre. The site is currently within the single-family residential zone, which requires minimum lot sizes of 7,000 square feet. In order to ensure consistency between the land use designation and zone, the applicant is also requesting a zone change to revise the zone of the site to multiple residential. And with that, you have a couple options. The first would be to introduce the ordinance, or excuse me, adopt the resolution and introduce and adopt the ordinance. Continue the item and deny the item. Option 1 is recommended, and that concludes my presentation.
Can we ask questions now? So,
So,
with,
so
yes?
do we need to take a vote on the introduction of the ordinance?
Yes.
So
Okay.
moved.
We have a motion, second?
Second?
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
So, now can I ask a question? Within this, they're gonna collect park and development fees, right? In this, but is this gonna help me get a playground at my park? Is my question.
The applicant will be required to pay all impact fees.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. I wanna make sure that money goes to the park right next to this complex,
Where it's supposed to stay, right?
where it's supposed to stay, and we've had problems in the past, so. I'm just, looking out for my peeps there in the District 3, so. That was my
And I
question.
also think that the project provides amenities for the residents. I know the applicant is here, but when it's time to have him here, I'll ask about what type of amenities.
And we are desperate for housing, and this is perfect housing for this area, and it's a really, really good location, so. If this gets passed today, from the time that they break ground to the time that people can move in, what do we think it would be for a time span?
I think Mr. Terry's been waiting quite a while. I don't know if
yeah,
he
we've
has
got
anything.
Because we
public
got
comment
people
here, I
desperate for
gotta read
this,
into the
so-
record here. So this is 22.6.
Right.
And I had two comments here. Both of them are saying, I'm in favor of this, good to see new projects. I live nearby, I'm looking forward to this type of housing. So that's
Yeah.
summary of
It's
both of
needed
those
desperately,
comments.
especially in that area, so yeah, amen.
Mr. Terry? Would you like to address the council or just throw it to the wind?
I'm sorry.
We need to put some benches out there or something.
We do, absolutely. Sorry.
That's all right, you're getting the sympathy vote here.
Well, your townhomes are finally here.
Amen.
So as far as time frame, we've got our hands full with 20th right now, and we're trying to do this close to the same time, but we're probably looking at 9 to 12 months.
Okay.
At that, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Right now, we're kind of focused on getting things handled with 20th.
Okay.
So how's the financing coming?
Well, I can't speak about financing right now. We already had on 20th.
That's why I
We
asked.
had HUD already,
Okay,
but we're working with some other avenues.
okay.
So that that isn't the whole thing. It's there's a lot of moving parts
Moving
with it
parts,
right
yeah.
now. So, and we can talk when it's not in public.
I know, public's good.
That sounds nefarious.
Yeah.
No, it's just financing is an interesting thing to talk about in this setting.
The only concern that I do have is that Avenue S is such a busy street, and I'm just wondering if we're gonna find some mitigating ways to bring traffic off of S and maybe onto side streets a little bit in that area.
Can you put back the site plan, please?
It's just Avenue S is so busy and they drive so fast on Avenue S.
And there's all those trucks. Oh, no, never mind. It's not really a truck route.
Stop. Don't get me started on
I
that.
know. So, are they gonna be a signal or anything out there to get people out of there?
I don't believe we had a signal in this. I think we had to put.
There's not
Turn
gonna be a
pockets and stuff.
signal, but there is going to be
There
a
is a-
median on
there
Avenue
is a
S.
medium, yeah.
That's gonna restrict turning movements,
Correct.
so that when you're exiting off 42nd, you can only make a right turning movement, and if you're entering 42nd from Avenue S, you can only make a left.
So right turn in, right turn out?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So only
So
one,
then they're gonna go right, and then it's gonna be like other places in our city where everybody goes down and flips a U-ey, flip a U-ey, flip a U-ey, flip a U-ey. There's gotta be a better plan than that.
More
Let's
signals.
work on that, folks. Okay?
well, that depends what direction you're going. I mean, if you could go Avenue S, you could go S8 per Blossom. But yeah, people do make U-turns.
There an AVTA turnout on this, Megan?
Not that I'm aware of.
So do we
That
know,
would be a
do
good
we know
place
where
for
it's at
one.
over there?
That would be a good place for one.
I also would like to note that the main entrance into the site is off of 42nd.
Okay.
It's not.
Oh, that's good. That makes me feel better. Thank you.
I will also mention that the neighbor, 2 parcels over, he has both parcels, the one long one
Mhm.
and the one next to it. has engaged with me. In fact, he told me he had written a comment on,
Yeah, that was one of them.
e-comments that,
Yeah.
his name is Jay Hung. He had said, he'd like to do the same type of project
Okay,
in that spot. And what I was thinking was the way that Sorrel goes there, we could actually have something that would circular around there.
that would be nice.
That would be good.
That would be very nice. That would be helpful.
So tell us about the amenities for the residents.
Well, let's see, on this one, we have the clubhouse. We had added the clubhouse to it. We had pulled down, in fact, with this one, we have the roof of the clubhouse, I think, on it as well, as a deck.
Okay.
Which is neat. And we have a pool here on this one, and I believe, did you pull away the barbecues or something? Didn't we have something in the front before? I think we had to take it out, didn't we, on this one?
I mean, there's several barbecues and picnic areas that are on the
Yeah, I thought
eastern.
in the front where we had the retention area, we had something. I can't remember if we had to change that. But your standard amenities, not quite the dog park and other things that we have on 20th with more room.
It's just around the corner, so it's okay.
We have one on Yelling, so that's fine.
And we have a water park too.
That's right.
There we go.
Real close. Anything else?
Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate
No,
it.
what I'd like to say is, you guys know I've been here quite a while, working on several projects, and I have several more going on, but I want to commend the staff. Carlene and Megan have done a fantastic job with us. I mean, working with us versus what I was, dealing with before.
That's good to hear.
And,
We need
yeah,
to hear
no.
that. We need to hear that information.
We're really, really thankful, very thankful. So, good job.
So you have good amenities here, and you've got a circulation plan. What about the quality of the structures? I mean, this is, I imagine, based on your record, that this is a quality product.
All of these are a quality product, just the same as what we're putting over there. These townhomes, in fact, I think we have some slides if you want to see what.
I think we're fairly convinced, but we can always take a look.
I mean, I know I'm tired of mowing, so.
Yeah, and these
right
are all
across the street from where I live.
These are all standard to the same thing that
pretty.
Greg has been doing in Vegas.
They come furnished?
These units.
Richard needs a place to go.
Quite happy where I am.
People would start talking if we gave you a furnished one.
Yeah, they would. Wow, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's probably bigger than my house.
That looks really nice.
Well, you're moving into one, is what I heard. I mean,
What's the square footage? What's the biggest square footage of
the
these?
biggest is 14, I think. 13, I think, is our largest.
Okay.
But you've got garage underneath and
Okay.
and living area in the center and bedrooms on top.
It's very nice.
Very attractive.
They're very pretty.
They're nice.
Yeah.
It's a quality development that's long past due in our area.
We desperately need this.
I think, yes, as Ms. Betancourt has said, I mean, housing is something that we really need to bring in.
Yeah,
and encourage.
Hey, we're going east side too. Look at that, huh?
Yeah.
We're moving.
We have to have those options out there.
We're moving that way.
So,
Yeah, it's the quality of the product, it looks really nice, but it's
Yeah.
also the different type of housing that will be provided to the
Yeah.
younger.
And it'd be
generation.
nice if Mr. Hung wants to
Yeah.
do something there. I think if we can capture that one piece in the center, would be
Okay.
good. Because
Yeah.
it would kind of tie it all together.
Yeah.
have you made a determination, are these gonna be rentals, are they gonna be sale?
For sale.
They're all for
sale
sale.
townhome.
Okay,
That's great.
at market rate.
We have such a huge lack of townhomes in here, so that's a product that we've always desperately needed.
Yep.
Yeah, the handful that we have are usually sold before the guy gets out there and puts the sign up front.
Right. We had
These will be too.
the KB ones, I believe, on 25th Street East. I think those were sold out immediately, and it was incredibly successful development. So I look forward to this product, and
Yeah.
more people are going to need them as they keep moving up here from Los Angeles for that affordability.
No question.
Well, the picture sure paint something very positive.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
I'm good, thank you.
Great. All right, so, staff, you read the resolution and the ordinance in the record? All right, so, so for 22.6A and 22.6B, we had the, public comments that were there. So public, hearing, the public comments were read into the record. We introduced ordinance number 1545, correct? So now it's a matter for a voice vote. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendations as presented?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, so we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Hoffbauer?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa?
Yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Bishop?
Yes.
The item passes with 5 yes votes.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Item 22.7, public hearing and review of proposed resolution number 2020-081 for adoption. And Sophie. 22.7.
The item before you is a request for a public hearing and adoption of the resolution CC 2020-81 for the draft permanent local housing allocation program 5-year plan, and authorizing the application for acceptance of the current year allocation of $779,064 and an estimated $4,674,384 over a 5-year period. The amount that we may be receiving over the 5-year period may be less due to COVID and the reduction in the number of real estate transactions. This funding is based on SB2 and the $75 fee that is placed on the real estate transactions. Staff is proposing to utilize the funds for down payment assistance for households up to 150% of area median income, so it gives us a broader range than our housing asset funds allows. To utilize it for emergency repairs and single-family rehabilitation, which is something we have not been able to do since the demise of redevelopment. So the emergency repairs would entail air conditioning, heaters, plumbing, roofs, so as we can identify them. There will still be a few that can be done based on the amount of funding, but it's more than we're able to do today. The other item to utilize the funding for is for the navigation center. It may be used for construction and for operating costs. So in the 5-year plan, we put those into the later years so that once it's established, we're able to utilize those funds there and give us a start when we start to utilize a navigation access center. We did publish a notice in the Antelope Valley Press and posted it on the website, and our 5-year plan was available for review on the website, in housing, and in the administrative office. Staff is available for questions.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So the present allocation is 779,000, and but the average over 5 years is 934,000. Does that mean that this year will be less than other years, or the 5-year
Correct.
period begins after this?
Correct. The 5-year period starts with this year, that's 779,000. So we're estimating it being low first, and then pushing it to about $1 million per year.
Okay.
Just for an estimate.
Okay, that's applicable here. Okay, that's great.
All right.
This was much needed.
I'll move to approve it unless there's any other.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Loa.
We do a public hearing?
Did you show anything? Yeah, I didn't have any items either, so.
Move to close the public hearing then.
Okay. So ordered.
Move to approve it.
Second?
Okay,
I do need to read the resolution, I think,
okay.
correct? It's the resolution of the City Council of the City of Palmdale to apply for and accept the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program funds.
All right, so moved.
Second?
Still moved and still seconded.
Mayor Hoffbauer?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa?
Yes.
Councilmember Bettencourt?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Bishop?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes votes. Thank you.
Outstanding. 23.1, resolution number 2020-084, resolution of City Council City of Palmdale adopting the City of Palmdale Art Master Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. George Davis and I will be making the presentation this evening.
Good evening.
Our Public Art Coordinator. The item before you is a recommendation to approve resolution number CC 2020-084, adopting the City of Palmdale Public Art Master Plan. And if I can provide just a brief background as to how we got here today. Back in 2013, a group of passionate city staff members who are art advocates got together and formed a committee, and we dabbled in a few small art projects and met with the community on a few occasions and generated some passion and movement for art for our community. As a result of that effort, in 2017, we hired Gail Goldman Associates with Elwood and Associates and began a more formal community outreach effort. The feedback that we received came from almost 1,500 individuals, which was really overwhelmingly positive and was in numbers that the consultants hadn't seen before. We reported back to the City Council in May of 2018 and shared our outreach results and provided an overview of some of the plan recommendations. At that time, we collected City Council feedback. And then in 2019, we revealed our draft master plan at the Corson Arts Colony. It was a great meeting, included a lot of citizens and art enthusiasts. George happened to be one of the speakers that evening, coincidentally. And so we had a really engaging workshop that evening. Two primary takeaways that we walked away with that evening was, one, we would like the council asked that we collect additional resident comments on our draft master plan, which we did. We provided the plan online and collected feedback that way. We attached the comments received to the staff report for you this evening. And secondly, we were asked to get feedback from our local business owners. So we reached out to about 1,700 business owners and received 193 responses, which was fantastic. Again, overwhelmingly positive, and we provided those results in the staff report for you this evening as well. The overarching plan is unchanged from the 2019 City Council workshop. The greatest change is the draft ordinance, which is not being considered tonight. There's no fiscal impact at this time. The recommendation is to adopt the plan and direct staff to begin implementation of the plan recommendations, to include bringing back to the City Council at a future date a proposed art fee and art commission ordinance. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have in regards to the plan.
I have lots of questions, so
Okay.
bear with me.
Sure.
When I read the ordinance on the page 1, it says, whereas public art helps to attract and anchor a large and diverse creative sector, enriching the City of Palmdale's cultural identity. What do you mean by cultural identity? Personally, I think it should say that it is enriching the City of Palmdale's cultural identity. Can we change that to multicultural identity?
The intent is the same as how I would take it, unless you have a different interpretation.
No, I think so, but it's a point of semantics.
I think that it will be better received by the public if we.
World revolves around semantics.
Yes, it certainly does. The other issue that I have is on page, yes, I do read everything you guys give me, sorry. Page 11. When it talks about the property owner shall maintain or cause to be maintained in good condition, blah, 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 blah. So are they putting money aside in a fund somewhere to do the maintenance and upkeep on these pieces of art? Is that a requirement?
On page 11 of the master plan?
I'm reading the ordinance.
The ordinance isn't being considered today, but
Okay, well, I'm gonna continue on anyways.
Of course, what
and then-
section of the ordinance are you speaking
I'm
about?
looking at number 8 and number 9, because number 8 says the property owner must maintain or cause to be maintained in good condition after installation, and that they have to do all necessary repairs and maintenance to the satisfaction of the city. So I'm wondering if we're going to be requiring them to put aside money so that when something needs to be maintained, the money is available. And the number 9, I really have an issue with, where if the artwork is stolen, that the property owner must replace at their cost.
Right.
So they become a victim, and then they're gonna have to find a way to come up with more money to
So,
That's what insurance is for.
yeah,
So is there a requirement that they insure these then?
the property owner would be the owner of the art, so it would need to be included in all of the complex costs for maintenance and insurance and refurbishment and things of that nature. So it would just be a part of the complex. The alternative would be for them to donate if they didn't want to install art on their project. They could provide the same level of funding into the public art fund, and then the fund would be allocated by the commission with the city council's approval.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the point of
Like
this,
park
this
offset
section
fee.
is, this is a development standard for the property. So this is just a standard property maintenance requirement.
Okay.
So like having a properly maintained fence or wall or siding or whatever, if you have art on your
Okay.
property, you're required to maintain it in a level up to the community standard.
Right, but if somebody comes into my personal property and steals something from me, and I'm victimized that way, I mean, it would be up to me whether or not I want to replace it. So you're saying that if it does get stolen, they must replace it?
That's how it's worded in the
Correct.
ordinance,
Yeah.
yes.
The other issue that I have is in section 11, when it talks about the city council role and responsibilities. Where does it say that the council has veto power? Because, I mean, we talked at length about this, about something that the council may find offensive or inappropriate.
That says item E. Is you would make the final determination, the Public Art Commission would provide a recommendation to the city council for projects that are $50,000 and more.
Yeah, I'd like to change that from $50,000 to all. I want veto approval on everything.
Okay.
Because you could get a $20,000 obscenity, and then the council's gonna get blamed for it. So I think we're putting something out there for the public to view, and this has happened in other cities where people thought, one person thought it was fine, and another group, wanted to cover it up and burn it down and pull it down because it was considered obscene. I think if we're gonna be putting something at taxpayers' expense or as a requirement from the city, that this council needs to approve this stuff that's going out for public display. I really truly believe, because it's gonna come back to us. Why did we allow it?
Right, and I think, I understand your comment, and I know that was something that was passionately discussed at the last workshop. I think I'd like the opportunity, before we come back with an ordinance, which is not tonight, but before we do come back with the ordinance, to walk through some of the pros and cons with regard to what you're suggesting. I think we're all on the same page in that we want to provide art that we can all be proud of, and that we can all, art has a different taste. Not everyone's going to really love it, right? But it certainly shouldn't be offensive to anyone.
Well, but that's the problem is that, I mean, we have mayors in other cities painting acronyms in the middle of a public street and calling it art, which is offending 90% of the population. At what point do we as a council get say about what's happening in our city?
And I think, and I completely understand where you're coming from and to not belabor the point too much, but I do want to point out that the plan does require a lot of public engagement from the very onset of the project moving forward on city property. And so there's a lot of checks and balances and engagement to get to the project to a point where it is acceptable to the community. If there's an issue, then it didn't get fleshed out. It didn't get addressed. It didn't get publicized like it should have from the beginning.
I think it needs to be just understood that, we never did get the difference between a commission and a committee, but I think that pretty much everybody was commenting that we're putting stuff out there for the public, and that's around our neck one way or the other, and that there's only a handful of things that the planning commission does that's final. Okay, everything else is a recommendation to the council. Nothing says we have to have a full-blown hearing about it. The stuff that can be on the consent calendar. I think we kind of talked about this quite a bit last time. So
I guess what I'm looking for is what I would call an escape hatch. Like, let's say we leave it as is, and a $25,000 obscenity gets through somehow, and then people are lined up out the door complaining about it. What option does the council have to say, yep, it's got to come down?
So
there's got to be an escape hatch that protects the council and allows us to have the discretion to respond to the citizens' complaints.
And we're also looking at the fact that the intention is to have these as long-term artwork and a statement.
Right.
And we're seeing it right now where all of a sudden there's this revisiting of art. And I think that, you know, and therein lies part of the problem with certain boards and commissions when they just are given carte blanche, and then, you know, as happened with one of them, my phone blows up later, and there's nothing we can do about it. So I'm going to agree with her that the commission, or the Public Arts Commission, committee, group, whatever you want to call it, they'll make the recommendations, just like Planning Commission does on their items as well. You start putting a threshold out there, you see what happens with thresholds. It becomes $4,999.99.
Right.
So I don't want to get into this splitting hair thing. So.
Are there other fees for developers? For this point, I remember we were talking about that last time.
Yeah, I think it's.
And at
Was it
this
10%
workshop, I
or?
brought up the issue of whether we were reaching out to business, and I see that you've got business section. But the more germane point is, what is the impact on developers? What's the impact going to be on Mr. Terry's projects? How much money are they gonna have to put
Well,
up with? That's gonna be passed on to the purchasers, really, or the tenants, whatever it is.
Right.
Do we know what that is?
Yes, so those fees are not what we would be adopting tonight, but what is proposed in here is that we would adopt a 1% for art ordinance on municipal projects and a 0.5% fee on public projects.
So we did lower it after we talked with the BIA.
When we came to the city council in 2019, it was a proposed 2%. We've lowered it to 1% for municipal and 0.5 for private. And we're also proposing that we would stagger them and institute the municipal fee first and delay the private development fee.
And there's no requirement if they incorporate that within the design element of their project. So they would get a waiver on that by being able to incorporate some sort of art.
If it does satisfy the description of art, yes.
But wasn't there, like a threshold dollar amount, like over $250,000 for the project?
That's
So
correct.
a homeowner wouldn't have to put
No.
art in their house?
No.
So it's not for every project, I just wanna make sure the public knows this.
There are exceptions, and it has to be 5 units or more residential.
Yeah, so I just wanna make sure for anybody who's listening that this is not something we're pushing on
No,
homeowners or.
thank you for listening. I brought it up because I remember fees last time were an issue with how costly they could be, so I appreciate the attention to that and
Thank you.
the adjustment made.
I have a question about this too, so when we have a minute, you guys gave us copies of this?
The business survey?
Yeah, was this made public?
No, we emailed it out to 1,700 businesses that were in
No,
the
I
business
mean the
license
results.
database.
The document that you gave me.
No, we did not.
Because it wasn't marked confidential or anything, and as I was reading it, and I had everybody's phone numbers and email addresses, I started to panic a little, thinking, oh my God, did we give this out to the public?
No.
Okay, phew. Thank you. Appreciate that. See, I really do read everything.
Do you have any other comments on the commission? And the
Just to add to what was said regarding your concerns, Council Member Benton-Horn, the way we've been addressing the projects as of right now, with using the master plan as a roadmap, we kind of brainstorm with what's now the Public Art Committee, which is comprised of members of different departments of the staff of the City of Palmdale. We come up with concepts that I discuss with Carrie, who then discusses them with JJ. We do community engagement. There is, in many cases, an RFP, which can vary from project to project. It could be an RFQ, it could be direct select. There's an artist selection committee that reviews all the submissions and then goes back to currently the Public Art Committee, which will then be the Public Art Commission for municipal projects. So there are many steps of vetting that go in, that come into play before we even consider moving forward with a piece of art. So,
But the reality of the situation is that much of the public doesn't pay attention until after something's in front of their face. And then they go, what is that?
You don't get to call.
And
We get to call.
we get the calls.
absolutely.
Yes. Secondly, the art community is often very liberal-minded. So if you're asking artists to approve artwork, they're gonna look at it in a much more liberal way probably than non-art people. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So the artist selection committee is also comprised of at least one community member and staff representing that area. So
So we
it's
get all these
not,
committees and things like this, and I don't think anybody would know them if they stood in a room right now and be able to say, he's a committee member. So we need to have, that's a broader discussion we need to have going down the line here.
But I just want to be clear that, and like the mayor said, is that nationwide, what people thought was art or, you know, whatever, it's evolving, it's changing. Everything is offensive now. Everything is offensive. And so I want to be very, very careful what we spend taxpayers' money on that we're gonna put out in a public place for the public to see. So I just, like I said, I really think we need an escape hatch so that if something comes across that.
Yeah, if something comes across offensive, we have the ability to do something about it.
So.
Okay.
Okay, anything
I
else?
said my piece.
Mr. Bishop?
No, I think we're good. I addressed the issues with the fees. I think that was the issue last time when we discussed
Sure.
this.
I have a concern about the fees downstream. I know it's put off some time, but it's gonna come up. And I share Ms. Betancourt's concerns, and I'm wondering if we take action tonight, does that mean that we're going to be approving the $50,000 threshold instead of the all? I mean, or do we
That
have
will
to make
come
an
up in the
amendment?
ordinance, they
that
said.
would come up in the ordinance, that's correct.
That will be amended to include that? or-
The ordinance isn't being considered tonight, so that's not on the table.
The ordinance as written in the plan is proposed. It's a draft ordinance.
Okay.
So
What exactly
There's-
are we voting on tonight?
what you're voting on tonight is you're adopting the plan, which gives us goals and milestones that we need to
Yeah, I read that. That's where I found.
work toward. And so we're gonna use this plan to,
Along with the comments you received from the
yeah,
council tonight?
yes, there's
So
several.
this is not permanent, it's a guide.
Yes, so we're gonna start using this guide as we move toward projects that are coming forward. We've
Yeah,
got
'cause we got a lot of
several
stuff coming
roadway
down the pipe.
projects and
Yeah.
whatnot. We're doing a mural over at Corson Pool, which I'm sure you're aware of, so this will allow us to formally follow this guideline. We will come back at a later date with an ordinance. There's a draft ordinance in here, which has given us some feedback and good feedback moving forward. So we'll bring the ordinance at a later date, and we'll hone in on some of these, the points that were made today when the ordinance comes back. No, unless I misrepresented any of that.
Okay, anything else? So, do you need a motion to approve this with the direction relative to the council comments? I'm sorry?
6.
We received 6 positive public comments.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. So there was 6 public comments, all encouraging adoption of a public arts plan here in various language, just generally supportive of the concept, so.
So baked into this is a 1% fee and a 0.5% fee? Is that being adopted tonight, or is
No,
that
no,
something
sir.
coming downstream?
There's no fees adopted here tonight. This is the plan, the guide. We'll come back next month. Like the mayor said, we have a draft ordinance. We solicited some feedback tonight. Carrie and I and George will sit down and we will bring back an ordinance that incorporates some of the comments we've heard tonight.
Okay, apparently there was a conversation with BIA? Do I know what that discussion was?
Almost 6 months ago, or over a year ago, when the initial ordinance was proposed, there was a 2% developer fee.
Right.
That was sent, as is required. We received feedback. What we will be bringing forward is something much less than that. What we're talking about, and what Kerry mentioned earlier, is on city projects, and the funding for these projects allows for the public art component to be paid for out of the grants, is a 1%, which matches both Lancaster's fee and Santa Clarita's fee.
Who's that fee being imposed on?
the city for municipal projects. So for instance, like we talked about, the Avenue M project that we're doing in partnership with the city of Lancaster. They're doing a public art component, we're partnering. George is sitting on a committee with the city of Lancaster to work so that we both have art in the middle of these roundabouts. You know, when we just applied, I just had a phone call today for Space Force. They ask for arts and culture. So this is, tonight, what we're voting on is the first step of a guide to give to developers, to give to anybody with an interest in art.
Yeah.
To beautify our community, to invest in our community.
That's all wonderful, I'm all in favor of that, but when you say a 1% fee is being imposed, it's being imposed on the city?
It'll be imposed on the projects that the city moves forward. So for instance, if we get a $5 million grant to do work, 10%, 500,000, so 50,000 of that can be carved out for an art project.
Out of a $5 million grant?
Yes.
Or it could be deposited into,
Right.
in the public art fund.
And Carrie and
Oh, I'm
George,
sorry, wait a minute, or if it's what?
So again, this will be next month, but what would be proposed is instead of putting a $50,000 art piece, we would take $50,000 and put it in our art bank account so that we can build that up to build a more substantial piece.
Okay, and the 0.5% fee, who'd that be imposed on?
In 18 months from now, what we were proposing is a 0.5% fee on developers.
Okay, what I'd like to know when this comes back is, for example, the projects that Mr. Terry's bringing forward, what would be the impact on something like that?
Okay.
Okay, I mean, I wanna know what, financially, what kind of impact it's gonna have.
We'll certainly give examples.
So just for reference, it was like the month after this was originally proposed. So I was down at a BizFed meeting and I met with the guys from BIA down there about this. And their thing was, they were kinda going nuts about the 2% number.
Oh, yeah.
They really had a problem with that.
Probably not
And-
happy about the 1%, or the 0.5% either, or are they?
What's that?
Are they happy with the other proposed
They
percentage?
seemed when I suggested that the council was pushing to have that fee substantially reduced, or to have it, the alternative, that you incorporate it somehow, so instead of having to build a separate concrete structure of a mermaid or something like this, that if they, created that artwork into the entry area and stuff like that, that they have the options to be able to propose these other things, they were much happier with that, so.
Well, yeah, we gotta find that middle ground, because given the chance, you know, they would just build whatever it is they wanna build and leave, but we gotta do something to, you know, provide a better aesthetic quality for the residents.
and that's what I wanted to say to Carrie and George is, I'm not trying to be negative, I'm just really trying to protect the city. I love art, I can't draw a stick man to save my life, so I appreciate, you know, artists and the imagination that they have and the creativity, I love it, and our city desperately needs it, so please don't think that because I'm bringing these things up that I'm negative towards this program. I think it's a great program. I think it's great for our city, and I just want you to know I totally support it. I just want to make sure that I protect the city and the council at the same time.
Yeah, I think we're all in favor of aesthetics and beauty, and we certainly want to beautify the city. But we want to make sure, first of all, I think Ms. Bittencourt's point is very well taken. And in fact, I would be happier if you took that language of $50,000 threshold out of it now, and then the issue that it might have on developers. I think it's an important consideration. I mean, it needs to be balanced out. Certainly, we don't want anybody coming in and being against beautifying a project with art. We certainly want to encourage that. But how does that balance out against a developer moving away because that's too much?
We don't wanna lose any larger projects
And
because
again,
of it.
I think we're kind of getting a little sidetracked, but in the staff report, we did provide what the additional cost would be on a developer, just as food for thought. Again, the draft ordinance that is in here is that it's a draft ordinance that's in the appendix. We are not We are not required to follow a draft ordinance in the appendix. This is really a work plan. This gives us tools to go through an RFP process, go through an RFQ process, tools to maintain art, tools to inventory our art, tools to and various goals that we should be accomplishing as we move toward developing our art plan. So tonight we are asking for approval to formally adopt this work and come back to you with an ordinance that incorporates the comments that we've seen and heard today. We are not adopting the ordinance. We're adopting a resolution to adopt this plan and direct staff to begin implementation of the plan and direct staff to come back to you with an ordinance at a later date.
I don't see a plan like this in a way to discourage developers to come into the city. I think that this is a great step to improve our development standards, because art, we can disagree and agree on what a piece of art is, but this will actually elevate our standards for developers.
I don't disagree
If
with that.
somebody wants to come in here, they know that we have these standards and they have to comply with. It gives them an opportunity to provide a piece of art in their development. If they don't want to do that, they'll just put the money into a bank and we can use that to do other pieces of
I
art.
don't disagree with that. I just want to know what the specifics are in terms of how the development community feels about it. And I think I brought that up at the workshop.
You know how they feel about it? They do it. They do it in many other cities.
Well, okay, I want to see specific
They do it.
information.
Well, here's the deal. If you go and ask a guy, do you wanna pay a fee, what's he gonna tell you?
I think we have a sophisticated staff that knows how to approach this question in a way that's going to obtain accurate information on which we can make a sound decision.
Councilman, we'll have answers for you to that question next month when that's gonna be addressed. Tonight, we're just gonna ask you to work on this plan, but we hear you, and we will have more information as we bring, not a draft ordinance, just, we want it to be completely transparent. And tell you kind of the game plan. We don't wanna have you pass this and then surprise you next month. So we've been completely transparent. Here's your draft. We've heard your comments. We will make changes to this draft. Tonight, what you're voting on is the framework of moving forward with an art master plan.
Do I have a motion?
So,
Second?
I have a motion, a second. Anything else before we vote? City Clerk, will call for a question.
Mayor Hoffbauer?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa?
Yes?
Councilmember Bettencourt?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo?
aye.
Councilmember Bishop?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes votes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're down to item number 23.1, correct? Who's,
Big guns are coming, here's the two.
Uh-oh.
okay, you wanna give us the readers, being that we've all probably heard most of this, go ahead with the Reader's Digest version of that. Okay, I think you just drop kicked it to you.
Marie put a lot of time into this, so
Yes.
I'd like her to walk through, and I think the public deserves to see
Yes, absolutely.
what we're doing here.
What I want to really do is provide you with enough information that you feel comfortable making the right decision for the community. It's a big decision to make tonight, and we want to make sure that we're clear and concise and that you understand everything that we're going to follow through on. So I'm Marie Ritchie, and tonight we'll be presenting the proposed sales tax measure for your consideration. And just so that we continue to stay in alignment with our adopted citywide strategic plan, this falls along goal 2, which is to ensure long-term fiscal health of the city and to maintain funding for services. It's objective D, pursue alternative financing opportunities for continued infrastructure improvements and quality community programs. So about a month ago, we adopted the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget. The revenues were $71.1 million. The expenditures were $77.1, with a deficit of $5.4 million. The city council made a difficult commitment to go into reserves to balance the budget. This demonstrated commitment to provide services and programs in an effort to stimulate the local economy and assist the community in recovering from the difficult stay-at-home orders implemented by the state and county to slow the spread of coronavirus. As you know, it was all rescinded yesterday and we're closed down again. So here as quick refreshers are our revenues. You can see that we rely heavily on property tax and sales tax. Sales tax being the most volatile of the portions. Our other revenues are things such as charges for services, development fees, and permits. On the flip side, our expenditures, you can see we spend a majority of it on our county contracts with LA County Sheriffs and Animal Care and Control. Personnel and operating costs such as materials, supplies, and specialty consultants are included in the operating costs. And just so you know, although we spend a significant portion of our general fund on the county contracts, the city consistently ranks as one of the safest cities in California. Our general fund 5-year projection. So the bars represent our expenditures, and you can see they gradually go up for the next 5 years. And then our revenues, the yellow line, stay relatively the same. We're trying to be conservative yet optimistic, but you can see the red line, which is our reserves, dip down, and the black line being our reserve policy of where we should be at. So in year 3, it does go quite below 0, and we have a problem. So keep in mind that this projection was actually completed in May in collaboration with our tax consultants and economic experts in the state of California. The factor in closures of businesses we factored in the closures for 2.5 months, March through May, and that was about $2 million. So here we are looking at it again. We're going to go back to the drawing board and consider what this new closure is going to do to us and make those adjustments as quickly as possible for these new orders.
This originally figured 2 months of closures?
2.5 months of closures.
And we're looking at 6 months of closures.
Until further notice.
Yeah, but optimistically about 6 months, okay.
Till November 3rd.
So why are we looking at a sales tax? The city has limitations on fees, assessments, property tax, and special tax that we can charge. We kind of talked about it earlier, Proposition 13, Proposition 26, and Prop 218. There's a lot of effort that goes into those items, and with Prop 13, we need a supermajority, which is 66% to vote on parcel taxes, property ownership. Prop 26 requires time and motion studies for fees imposed upon consumers. And Prop 218 requires us to do studies on fees and assessments related to property ownership as well. Sales tax is kind of the easier one. It's charged on top of the ticket price of most goods. However, it's exempting groceries, prescription medication, and other certain essential items. Here you can see that the total sales tax collected in the city is 9.5%, which equates to about $175.75 million. Of that amount, the state of California takes 6%, which is $111 million. The county takes 2.5%, which equates to $46.25 million. And the city of Palmdale gets a whopping 1%, which equates to $18.5 million. And I'm sure you guys know we're the closest to our residents. We provide the most services, we listen to their phone calls, we take their emails, we do everything for them. And the money's supposed to roll to us. But we don't always see that.
Okay, can I interrupt you?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, the County of Los Angeles, 2.5, 46.25. On top of that is the contract money that we pay for the Sheriff's Department and other services from the county.
Correct.
Right, okay. And we get 18.5 million to keep here in the city. So, quite an imbalance there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't include the fact that so a comment that I had heard was, well, what about property tax? We get even less of that cut of that property tax. We get less than 0.7%. The rest of it goes to the county and the state. So, yeah, there's no making it up there. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I break down the sales tax for you to see how the money goes. The state of California, their 6% mainly goes to the general fund, public safety, some local health and social services, but overall most of it goes to their general fund. Then with the County of LA, most of it goes towards transportation. You'll be familiar with Prop A, Prop C, Measure R, Measure M, and Measure H, which is homeless. Then the City of Palmdale, all our money goes directly to the general fund to be allocated during budget development. So why is this so important? We're bringing forth this matter to you for your consideration today because it's important that the city retain locally controlled funds that by law cannot be touched by the county or the state. It's a continued source of revenue to fund essential services in the City of Palmdale, directly for the City of Palmdale. Residents, businesses, and visitors benefit directly, and it will also secure the future of Palmdale. So this is where it gets exciting. LA County has been very successful in passing all their revenue initiatives. You can see before you 9 tax measures. Of those 9, 2 of them that failed were brought forth again and then passed. So item 2 is the half-cent sales tax for transportation, which failed in 2012. They brought it back and got it passed in 2016. Then Measure P, which was for Parks and Recreation, it failed in 2014, but they brought it back 2 years later and got the money for that. What I wasn't able to add on here was Measure FD, which was the fire district tax in March of 2020. That parcel tax failed, but an interesting fact about all these measures is that City of Palmdale voters approved a majority of them. The only ones that Palmdale voters failed were Measure H, the hotel tax, Measure L, the landfill tax, and Measure FD. And actually, with Palmdale, Measure FD failed by 581 votes.
I want to interrupt, because otherwise I won't remember. Measure H, $0.25 for homeless services and prevention. How effective has all that money been in reducing homelessness up until now?
I'm going to get to that, actually.
I'd like to know.
Okay, I'm going to get there for you. So you can see that of the $46.25 million, we've received back from the county about $10.75 million, which is about 23 cents on a dollar. So every dollar they collect in sales tax from people buying things in Palmdale, we only get 23 cents back from the county. Case in point, Measure H. In 2017, LA County approved Measure H with a 69.3% approval, a sales tax, a 0.25% sales tax. It raises an estimated $355 million annually across the county. Palmdale contributes $4.625 million annually. Of that, we as a city receive $160,000.
I mean, that's a stark
That's
imbalance.
shocking.
But my
That's
point
shocking.
is, with the millions of dollars that are raised by this measure, I mean, I don't go to downtown LA very much since COVID started. I haven't had to.
I do.
A couple of times. I don't see any reduction in homeless. That's just a personal observation. And I see that the homeless issue here in Palmdale continues just as before this measure was passed. I mean, sometimes we pass these measures in the great hope that it's actually going to deal with a problem, and it doesn't do anything. All we're doing is wasting the people's money. And this is a great example of that, I believe.
Yeah, and that's exactly been
That's
the
why
problem
we're-
with every one of these county measures, and that's why you'll never see the Antelope Valley be able to pull away from LA County, because you have to do a fiscal analysis with it where it's a sum zero. And with us being a donor community, unless we want to sit here and pass a tax so that we can cover the imbalance, they want this money. They want to get that 4.625 million. If we break away, we got to dig in our pocket and try to figure out how to come up with that. So we will never be able to break away from LA County, because every single time anything is passed, like you say, there's this hope that they're gonna be benevolent and, you know, throw us something, and yet we end up getting thrown a bone.
I think
Best.
One of the imbalances here is the money that we're not getting from the county, especially when we have such large contracts with them. You know, it makes up 40% of our budget, and they're not even giving us our fair share. There's a huge imbalance there that needs to be repaired, especially before we start talking about taxing people more locally.
Well, these are done deals. There's nothing you can do about these. And they're not about to give any of it back. We're down there banging on their doors all the time, and it's on a good day, it's a 4-1 vote to help us out. So until we decide that we're gonna do something for ourselves,
I like to think
can't count on
that's
them.
not the case. We give them so much money through our contracts that it would be in their best interest to make sure that we're getting our fair shake.
Well, but that's a separate amount of money.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've even gotten it, getting to that.
This is clear as to why we need to start gathering our own money and keeping our own money here instead of giving it away to other people.
I thought that was amazing, that breakdown, because I was trying to break that down earlier about how much, because I was talking to some people this afternoon about, they say, well, don't you already get all the sales tax? I say, wait a second. The state and the county keep the vast majority of that. And I thought it was about 1 1/4, but it's 1% of that. I said, you pass this 3/4%, if the voters decide that they wanna implement that sales tax measure, that it ends up adding 3/4, an addition, an amount that's equal to 3/4 of what the current sales tax is. I mean, that's fairly significant, especially when you turn around and you look at all the money that the county sucks out of this place, so.
So to finish off Measure H as well, Santa Monica
It'd be
and
great if
Long
you could
Beach.
finish it off.
Santa Monica
Everybody shuts up, she can.
and Long Beach receive a significant amount of funding due to their homeless counts. However, they don't pay a penny into Measure H. They managed to pass their local sales tax measure to meet the maximum 10.25%. So when the county went after the sales tax, they were out of luck from getting it. So they reap a lot of benefits from it, but they don't pay a penny into it. And the reason why they do that is because there's a state maximum of 10.25%. They beat the county to getting to it.
Beat them at their own game.
But that 10.25 can be raised by the legislature,
It would take the state to raise it, and it would have to go to the voters.
and that would pass by a 50+1 or a 2/3.
50+1 because it's sales tax. It's general tax.
So the legislature could say, okay, so these jurisdictions have reached this limit, and we need this money because otherwise we're gonna have to get rid of our police and our fire and our health, and the whole state's gonna fall apart. And so therefore, we need to pass this measure, put it on the ballot, 50+1, and increase it to 12%, 13%, whatever the legislature desires to do, right? We have that risk.
They could, and $54 billion is the proposed deficit for the state of California's budget this year.
Yeah, it's one of those questions, where does it stop?
So like you said, let's let her finish.
All right.
So everybody's racing to the finish line. Here are 42 cities that have already passed their local sales tax measure to keep funds local. And there's more to be coming this weekend. Even tonight, our local Lancaster neighbors unanimously approved placing the sales tax measure on their ballot for November's election as well. Additionally, they even recognize how dire the financial situation and the economic crisis is in the Antelope Valley in the state of California. They've also asked to bring forth their TOT, or transient occupancy tax, forward again for consideration to be put on the ballot as well.
Is that a 50+1 also?
Yes. So how would this So in February 2020, the city worked with a consultant to conduct a poll to determine the viability of a sales tax increase. Fortunately, the results were very favorable, and they already showed that with all the LA County sales tax measure of voting in favor of raising taxes. As a result, utilizing sentiments from the community and data collected through our own surveys and conversations with community groups and influencers, the following language was developed. And I want to be clear when I say this question what yes means and what no means. Palmdale Essential Services Protection Measure. Shall an ordinance protecting Palmdale's long-term financial stability, maintaining essential services, repairing streets, potholes, addressing homelessness, maintaining 911 emergency response, keeping public areas safe and clean for all, retaining local businesses, protecting local water sources, maintaining veterans, seniors, mental health, and community programs by establishing a 3/4 cent tax, providing approximately $12 million annually until ended by voters, requiring citizen oversight, public spending disclosures, all funds used locally in Palmdale be adopted. Yes means yes, tax me. No means no, don't tax me. It's not like the gas tax where it was reversed. So if passed, what does it do to our residents? How are they going to see this every day in their lives? How does it do it to commuters, visitors, businesses? Well, if you were to go buy a cup of coffee today for $3.50, your sales tax would be 33 cents and you'd pay a total dollar amount of $3.83. With the sales tax, it would be 3 cents more for $3.86.
How about on a $50,000 car?
Can't do that math in my head right now.
I know, we point to the little tiny things, but I mean, what about the big ticket items?
Right, and I brought up
$1,500.
There you go, math in his mouth. Okay, how much?
$1,500.
Okay.
No, that's the three.
No, $150.
Oh, you gotta see math, remember?
Use a calculator.
Hold on.
there you go,
That's a
$3,700.
total.
Total.
I'm sorry, wait, what's the amount?
3,700.
$3,700 on a $50,000 car.
As opposed to what it was before, what's the previous?
No, that's just the 3/4 increase is what I'm talking about.
That's an incremental amount.
You know he's
He
right.
does this for a living.
Yeah,
so
he's
it's
from
not a
finance, so you know he's right.
So as it stands at 9.5%, it would be $4,750.
Okay.
So if we calculate 10.25 times 51.25, so it's $500 more.
500 more on a $50,000
Yeah,
car.
400, yes, 400, 500 each.
Okay.
But not everybody's buying $50,000 cars.
No, I know.
I wish I was, one day before I die.
But I do buy in Palmdale's lunch for $15.25.
Where do you go for that kind of lunch?
I buy lunch for everybody. So here you could see an 11-cent difference would increase on lunch. Then we go household goods. So if I'm going to the store and buying stuff for my house cleaners, I'd pay an additional 38 cents on $50 worth of household goods. If I buy $50 of groceries, I pay $0. There is no tax on groceries such as food, unprepared foods, livestock, prescription medication. So if Palmdale approves the sales tax measure, potential programs and projects that could be on our funding list include support rental and mortgage assistance, upgrading emergency communications and improve emergency preparedness, maintaining 911 emergency response, keeping public parks open, clean, and safe, supporting community policing activities for at-risk youth and mental health efforts, address homelessness, supporting services for local military veterans, maintain food distribution services, repair streets and potholes, retain and recruit local businesses through economic development. These programs and projects were derived from the survey. We listened to our community and we are delivering. We're very sensitive to what they want, especially during this difficult time, and we strive to provide the much needed services as well as we can. The city is the closest government agency to your community. We actually make real differences every single day here. It's important that we maintain the stability and the reliability for our community to have confidence to come to us when they need help. We don't want to send the message that we need to cut programs. They need somebody, and the city is that somebody for them. So in order for us to deliver a result and meet these expectations, we really should consider allowing our voters in our community to speak their voice and decide on their own. Our recommendation is to adopt resolution number CC 2020-082 to place on the ballot a measure to increase the sales tax by 3.25% in the city of Palmdale to ensure long-term fiscal sustainability and to continue to fund reliable essential services for the community.
Can you go to the slide before this one?
Yes.
All right, it says, keep public parks open, safe and clean. I guess I can take from that that is not going to assist us in building the parks that we've been waiting for so long.
It could. The general fund loaned the park development or the park fund $5 million.
But it says keep public parks open. That sounds to me like keeping the parks that we have.
You can do
Nothing is directed at new parks.
Right. So the oversight committee would continue to make those decisions.
They don't make the decision, they make the recommendation.
Recommendation for the city council to make that decision. But this is just a few of them. This is not everything. And this funding is ongoing. You're going to have this funding, and each year decisions will need to be made on how to spend it. It's not meant to be hoarded. It's not meant to be put away. It's a promise to the community that if they say yes to this, that money will be spent on them. They will see it, they will feel it, and we will show them.
That's a thing that's huge. Probably the biggest question I've got from people is, so what ultimately happens to the money, not just, project and stuff like this, but you guys just gonna like squirrel it away or something like that. And, I've told people, I said, my concept of this is $1 in, $1 out. You're paying on this, you need to see a benefit from what you're paying for during your lifetime, We got parks that we're still waiting on that, I'm questioning whether I'm gonna be alive when I can use this park, So, based on, history here, I'm not gonna be around here in 25 more years, so.
So now JJ is going to bring it home for you.
Yeah.
So it says,
I think that, in talking with the staff on this, that we did not earmark specific amounts, because that changes the whole dynamics and kicks in a whole new tax requirements and tax laws. If you start plugging in, we're gonna put so much towards this and so much towards that. So I like the fact that there's a variety of concepts that are out here, and each one of these things can be based on what the community's priorities are year to year. But I think that when we start looking at business retention, mortgage assistance, all these things, these impacts, our tax people have told us we are not gonna know the impact of this COVID for the next decade or more until about 2 years from now. That's when we're gonna finally see this is what the new norm is gonna be. And that we just got out of the recession, and this has hit us even worse, and that this is gonna be, in talking with all the experts, we're gonna be in significant deep water for at least that same type of period for 10 years. I don't know that that's something that all the people in this room want to go through again for another 10 or 15 years. When we talk about maintaining our police services, we've got a bunch of vacancies. I was on the phone yesterday on a Zoom call with a bunch of teachers and park users, and quite frankly, there was a couple of our people, staff whose wife or husband was a teacher that counted in on it. We got a lot of vacancies in our PSO's ranks. We need to bolster those. When Laura brought up the issue of some of the park security issues, well, yeah, well, they're gonna drive through if they get there, but they can't stick around. Just the park programs. That was the other issue that came up in our discussion yesterday is, where's all the red shirts? Well, being that we can't afford them, we've redesignated them because we're trying to recoup the CARES Act money for them, and they're over at the senior center, and they're over at Saves, helping over there. But if we can't figure out where do we get the money to continue parks programs and library, the county pays for Lancaster's library and Lancaster Senior Center. We support these, that we've seen what the chopping block has looked like that before. And quite frankly, with the fact that we've got major stuff coming down the pipe here in the next 2 years on the airport, with Virgin trains the Rancho Vista overpass, the consultants don't care, and the engineers don't care if we don't have money, because they just don't work. So if we're gonna keep the lobbyists working on these projects that are gonna take us into the next century, we need to be able to continue to fund those things. So it's all about sustainability.
I have a question, which Ms. Ritchie, I talked about, and you were gonna talk to the city attorney, and that is, if Palmdale places this matter on the ballot, LA County also does it simultaneously, and then the legislature jumps to do it as well. And all of these three things are voted on, and all three pass. What happens? And you said that you were gonna get an opinion from Mr. Dorn.
I haven't had time to complete that research.
I'm
I'm
glad
sorry,
you
what'd you
did,
say?
because I
That's
asked.
the answer.
We had that discussion in legislative committee, and
Oh, wait, I wanna see what Mr. Dorn said. What did you say?
I said I haven't completed that research. I don't know if you would consider those to be conflicting initiatives, which would have it would go to the highest vote getter, but it doesn't seem like that would really apply in the situation.
Meaning?
So I don't have an answer for you as I sit here right now. I'd have to do some more research on it.
This is an issue that I thought was discussed some time back.
I was just made aware of it like 10 minutes before the meeting, so I really haven't had an opportunity.
Okay.
we're having
And
some
you're saying it was discussed in the legislature?
Yeah, so we've been trying to have those discussions about, all these what-if scenarios, because a lot of these other cities are moving forward on this. And there seems to be the opinion out there that unless the state raises that cap, that it's the first one that qualifies that goes in first. Now, I think that ultimately ends up getting decided by the courts. But it would take, right now, there's nothing on the horizon, but the state, they pretty much have the bulk of their bills in right now. And unless it's directly related to housing or the COVID response type stuff, there aren't any additional bills. Now, they have the ability, that being said, and you haven't been in Sacramento, these guys have got a notorious knack of being able to gut and amend any bill, but that doesn't.
Well, I think the first thing we gotta do is get it on the ballot. I think that's where we need to start.
I think that's your basic democracy there. Nobody has to say, I want taxes, nobody has to say, I wanna do this. When you take a look at what the potential for local impact is here, and the fact that, unlike that other split where you only get about 10% of the sales tax that's spent over at Best Buy or, I was gonna say Sears, but
Yeah, we get it all.
yeah, that,
So-
so it's like you almost leverage that sales tax, almost triple, it's almost like a triple leverage that you do.
So we definitely wanna get it on the ballot and let our residents have a voice and let them make the decision. This isn't, I didn't become an elected official because Laura Betancourt wants something. I became an official so that I could represent the people. This is our opportunity to give our residents
We
the
live in a
vote.
representative
Let
government.
them do a direct vote, but we gotta get it on the ballot so our residents can have a direct vote. Because that's what I was elected for, is to give them a voice. So
Oh.
that's why we need to move forward with this
We
and
live in a
get it on
representative.
the ballot.
We live in a representative form of government, which means people are elected to make decisions. And that's not necessarily accurate. So,
Well, I try to
I
be
understand
as-
your point, but we're elected sometimes to make tough decisions. And believe me, I have been going back and forth on this. It's been a difficult thing because on the one hand, I've heard the argument that the city has not been conscientious about the use of the people's money in the past. And specific items have been mentioned of wasteful spending by the city, and now impose a further tax on the city to remedy past problems. On the other hand, the local control issue comes up. As you know, JJ, I had some difficulty with the polling. We've had meetings about that. And I questioned it. As you know, we've met on this. But, so I went and started calling people myself. I know that it's crucial. It's a crucial decision. And I asked people, and overwhelmingly they wanted to have this measure put on the ballot. So, philosophically, I have a problem with raising taxes, and I've have so stated. What brings it home to me tonight is the fact that the county could move into this area, and then again we'd be placed at a disadvantage if we don't adopt it. I was concerned about an imbalance of revenues between us and our city to the north, which we're supposed to be working collaboratively on major issues. This is one. They voted to put this measure on the ballot tonight, and that is persuasive. This whole question of whether our vote will prevail over LA County if they move, and my understanding, I've heard from some quarters, I don't know how reliable it is, that they may be placing this measure on the ballot in November. But I don't know whether in fact, and especially now that we don't have a legal opinion, as to whether, if we pass this measure here locally by the voters, whether we're going to keep that money. I hope the speculation that we will get to keep it is true.
What's the deadline though for the county, I mean, to get this stuff on?
The same as
We get
ours,
about
isn't
2
it?
weeks, right?
About August 13th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same for the
They
state.
can move on it, but let me just finish my thinking here. This was a major issue for retailers, especially the auto dealers. But I understand that has been the subject of much discussion, and that opposition is not there. And I understand that there'll be the two cities working together to make sure that the auto dealers aren't impacted by this. That's why I brought up the $50,000 issue, because it could impact whether somebody can actually sell these cars or not. But apparently, steps have been taken to address that. I also know and have been in discussions with labor. And labor has a sense that this will actually bring jobs to the city. And there is a consensus on their part that this is a measure that ought to be put to the voters. And I think some of the comments that we received tonight came from labor. Yeah. So, and there is this issue that was brought home to Palmdale on this tragic, terrible incident that took place over here. And it's now been determined, or at least it's been concluded by the coroner's office, that Mr. Fuller did in fact commit suicide, which brings up the issue of mental health. And I see that it says, support mental health efforts. I'm not sure what that means. I guess that'll be worked out. But I think that the mental health issue is such a paramount and important and concerning problem that affects us from the street all the way up to the nation. And it is hoped, by me anyway, that if the voters support this, that mental health will be an important priority in terms of how the money would be spent. I have struggled with this, but based on conversations with multiple and different entities and individuals, my opposition in terms of increasing sales tax is met with the challenge that the county could beat us to it and we would lose out. City of Lancaster has voted for it to be placed on their ballot. And if we don't do the same thing, it will create an imbalance that I think should be avoided. So I'm going to vote yes to approve this, despite lots of misgivings. But on balance.
Yeah, I don't like those the concept of that at all. But I despise having to live through another rounds of layoffs, watching the parks deteriorate,
but-
having to cut our sheriff's budget, like all that kind of stuff. That's
Mr.
just,
Mayor, I don't wanna go that far. All I'm saying is that the issue should be put to the voters. The
Yeah.
voters will decide.
well, and then they're
voter-
gonna tell us whether or not they want us to maintain and improve, or,
I have complete faith in my residents' ability to make a good decision, and this is their decision. If their taxes are gonna be raised, it shouldn't be us raising it. It's up to them. I would never take a direct vote away from the public ever. I think it's important that our residents have the right to vote, have a right to have their say. I think it's extremely important.
and that's what I think Richard was going to. We gotta make tough decisions, but the law limited that ability, for us by saying your ability is to, whether or not you wanna let the voters have that voice. Yeah.
Well, and then especially when you're talking about imposing a tax.
Right,
So the voters, they're gonna decide this.
right.
And frankly, I mean, I wasn't even in favor of having a poll taken. And when we discussed this at the budget, workshop, I expressed a concern about it, but things have developed very quickly since then. COVID has had an enormous impact.
I have a hard time entertaining the fact of discussing or opening the idea of having increased sales tax right now, especially given the current climate with the COVID pandemic. Businesses have been shut down again. People are, their budgets are tighter than ever. People are losing their jobs. It's tough. It's become a really tough environment. And I feel like I don't think we can spend our way out of this. I think we need to live within our means. I think we need to balance our budget, and I think government should only be as large as the tax base allows. 40% of our money goes to the county. So either way, this tax money is gonna go to the county, so we need to start advocating.
Well, that's the difference
No, it's
between
not
this
gonna
one.
go to the county.
This one stays
It
completely
stays
here.
Right, but you don't, like I said, we take 40% of our money and just give it to the county either
Right,
way.
and this is an opportunity for us to stop that.
But first of all, Austin, we make a choice to purchase that contract with, if you're referring to the sheriff's department. You don't have to contract with the sheriff's department. That's a choice that we made. They're not forcing us to do that.
I think
That's a
we
purchase
need
that we're
to.
making. But what I wanna say is that I caution you, the message that you're sending to your residents in your district, that you don't trust or value their opinion. So be very careful, because they're watching. This is something that they should be deciding. We're just giving them the opportunity. If we say no on this, that you're sending a message out that you don't trust them, that you don't want to give them a voice.
I'm sending the message out that people have been taxed to death.
Then they
out
can
here.
then they can vote no. But why would you take their right to vote away?
So really, the issue comes down to, if you're gonna look at a sales tax increase, when we're looking at millions of dollars in lost revenues, if this is a bad time, when's a good time?
There's
Because
never
if
a
things
good
are
time.
wonderful, like they were a year and a half ago, then it's kinda like, hell's the point in doing it?
6 months ago.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we took the poll and I was skeptical, but that was pre-COVID, and we were talking about increasing sales tax before even COVID happened.
Right, and that's what kind of makes it, I think, a little bit more important at this point, a little bit more relevant.
You know what? Maybe we just need more time. Maybe I should make a motion to reconsider this item at the next regularly scheduled.
Well,
It'd be too late.
Be too late.
Why don't we postpone it then? If we still are very concerned, maybe we should postpone this until next month.
Here's my.
So we can do some more outreach to our residents and ask more questions.
Yeah.
Do we want to table this
Take
until
those-
next month?
Okay, wait, okay, JJ, what?
I want to comment, and I don't want to comment on individual. There was a couple topics that were brought up. First off, I want the residents to know, this isn't something we've been thinking about for a week or two. The city staff has been working on this with the council for over a year. This was first brought up. Not only did we do polling, these are data-based decisions that were been presented. Okay, this is what the voters who were polled told us that the items that made the most difference and impact for them. And dynamics have changed. So that's why you see things like parks being safe, because we are looking at a citywide comprehensive investment in cameras in our parks and in our around our
Or
city
boots on the ground, though.
facilities.
We need more
It's a-
cameras too,
It's a combination.
everywhere.
Yeah.
People want to live in a safe community, and that was the number one thing they responded to in that survey.
Absolutely,
Okay?
absolutely.
So, there's
But
a
here-
reason why those things are there. We have never worked harder. Many of our meetings that we talked about were on weekends.
Yes, that's right.
You know, every group that you mentioned, multiple meetings with the auto dealers, multiple meetings with labor, multiple meetings with faith-based groups, multiple meetings with community veteran groups. So, I mean, between the staff and I, hundreds, if not thousands of hours have gone into where we are tonight. And I respect all of you. But this is something that I hope is endorsed tonight and voted on tonight. And if we don't, then we'll all have to sit here and have other conversations later.
Yeah.
But
Let me get into the, we got public comment
I
here.
just want to
and I
make
need
one
to read
additional,
these in.
if I may, please, thank you. JJ, and Ms. Ritchie, I know you've worked really hard at this, and you've made a tremendous presentation, and we've listened. But if this measure, and this is directed to Mr. Bishop's statements, if this measure was on the council agenda tonight for us to vote to increase the tax by 0.75%, I'd vote no. I can tell you that. And I was inclined to not even allow the voters to go there. But I've been persuaded, with all the different things we've already talked about, that the voters should make this decision.
Absolutely.
And that's where I'm at.
And I want to close with the one thing I forgot is the collaboration with Lancaster. Because this, with the two cities, if the vote goes that way tonight, the two cities working together could bring $25 million plus into the AV that stays here. So this is, you're voting on tonight for Palmdale, but the reason the dialogue has been so positive with the two cities is Jason and I have been working together. I know the elected officials have been working together. So this is a real opportunity to stand up and say, you know, and we can campaign together for AV yes.
Yeah, and that's an important consideration because had Lancaster not placed it on there, there may have been opposition that would have been very, very strong against this measure passing. And all we have to do is remember the Antelope Valley Hospital bond issue that was voted down, when at one point was very, very strongly supported by the polls. And as soon as the opposition reared its head, the measure went down. And but I don't think that we're going to have that kind of opposition now, because Lancaster has voted to put it on their ballot.
So let me make sure, so I don't forget to cover the public comments here. I think we all got the copy of the letter. There was actually an email, a physical email, one physical email from Carlos Rubio. He's he's with the Teamsters, that's our local labor group here, encouraging passage of this item. And going through all these pages of public comments, I've tried to go through and count them up as to what camp they're in. The vast majority of them are saying, let the voters decide, allow Palmdale to vote. Palmdale cares, allow the citizens to vote. Palmdale should allow voting to occur. There were 71 positive comments in support. There were 7 saying, no, I oppose this. And there were 4 that said, I'm not real sure how I feel about this one way or the other. There was quite a bit of positive support in there. We've all got the copies of it. Those numbers may be off by 1 or 2. I tried to read every single one of these and categorize them, because some of them didn't check support or not support. But like one guy didn't check the support or oppose box, but he said, allow us to vote. We should be able to keep the funds in our city. So it's pretty obvious where that guy was at. So that's where the public comments are. We could read all those into the record. They're all here. City Clerk's got. Were there any additional public comments that came in?
No, sir.
Okay.
So I have my 2 cents to put into this now. 2 things that I want to expand a little bit on comments made by Mr. Lowe and Mr. Bishop. Yeah, I do agree that the voters have the right to decide. We were elected to make difficult decisions, some of which I have made myself and everybody else. But I don't think that we can restrict our voters to decide by themselves. I don't like to be taxed anymore. I don't like to see our tax dollars going down to the county. I don't like to see the imbalance of how much money we generate for the examples that you provide for Measure H. And it is an opportunity for us to encourage our voters, all of our constituents, to support this, because that money will stay here in Palmdale as opposed to going down below, as we say. So I think that it is my duty as an elected official to let our constituents decide by themselves. I don't want to take that right away from them because they have the right to make a decision on their own. We can all advocate for it or be against it, but at the end of the day, it is the voters that have to decide.
That's why they didn't say, you guys figure it out.
The next comment that Mr. Loa made about previous experiences, I think that we need to get the voters' trust, and this is an opportunity for us to do that. Can you put the language on the ballot measure, please, on the screen? Something that I think is very, very important in this is requiring a citizen oversight because of previous experiences.
I agree.
Because of what has happened in the park ballot measure back in 2001, because of drainage fees, because of things that I have discussed with staff. It is very important to me to know that there will be a citizen oversight committee because that will give us an opportunity to get the trust from our voters. Again, because of previous experiences that you mentioned and previous experience that I have found out and asked questions about. So this is an opportunity for us to get the trust back, and I'm committed to make sure, and I want the council to be committed to be sure that we create that oversight committee, because if we're telling the voters this is the language that we want you to consider, I want to make sure that the money is spent in what that language is, not as in previous experiences. The other thing, it's about our future. I care about Palmdale. I care about our residents. And at the end of the day, again, it's going to be the voters' decision. I'm in favor of this, provided that we do create an oversight committee to make sure that we deliver what we're asking the voters to support us on. I'm in full support of this. Again, I myself, as we said,
Got a motion?
we don't like to pay additional taxes, but I don't like to see my taxes going somewhere else.
It's
So
just
with that, I'll make a
difficult.
motion.
It's difficult for me to support something like an additional tax burden on our residents when so
It is
many
for me too.
businesses have their doors closed, so many people are unemployed, and it's never been harder to make a living, pay the bills, get food on the table. I just hope you guys can understand that.
But right now we will be talking very soon in the next couple of months. If this doesn't get on the ballot and it doesn't get passed,
We're back to
we're
where
gonna be
we are
talking
now.
about killing the business assistance programs and things like that.
The mayor and I were on two calls today. The mayor was on two, I was on one, with our business
No, it's
assistants.
because you don't speak Spanish, so.
No español. However, what breaks my heart is that there were more businesses on the calls today than we have money to allocate or those $10,000 grants. We're in a contingency. We pulled down reserves. We're spending about $3 million to uplift our business community, our residents during this contingency. This money, if passed, will allow us to continue these things if we have an earthquake next year, if COVID continues another year. You know, we cannot save every business, but we can help a little bit. I talked to multiple business owners today when I was out and about who are going to apply. It's going to be a race. I think our staff is going to be in front of this body maybe next month asking for an increase in some of this so we can maybe keep afloat some more families for rental assistance or more families on this business loan. So I get it, and I know you're a small business owner, but I'm proud of the things we've been doing under Palmdale Cares. We spent probably over $3 million trying to keep our residents and our business community afloat during this time. we pulled down reserves based on your support. So I appreciate that. We're kind of all in this together. This is the final straw. If we're going to continue to be able to offer these programs.
I think that we've discussed this enough, and I'd like to make a motion that we put this on the ballot.
Right.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Carrillo, I have a second by Ms. Betancourt. And, City Clerk, can you call for the question?
Mayor Alfaro?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Loa?
Based on allowing the voters to decide for themselves whether to tax themselves a greater amount for the purpose of putting it on the ballot, I vote yes.
Councilmember Betancourt?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Bishop?
No.
The motion does carry with a 2/3 vote.
Excellent. All right, so let's get through this one. I noticed that there's several, reports were submitted. I will, submit my calendar, but I would like to comment that along those same lines of, trying to keep things moving, Mr. Murphy and myself, met early in the month locally here with our congressman, and then we did a follow-up and had conversations with the Air Force and the Joint Use folks and the congressman and his chief of staff back in DC. Very positive discussion overall, and I think it meant a lot for us to go back there and have that discussion on the congressman's home turf. The other item that a lot of legislative stuff, just a lot of legislative stuff have come up, and just trying to follow all the bills, and being on 2 or 3 legislative committees, trying to keep them parallel right there. There was an item, I gotta try to find this email very quickly. Anybody else wanna add something real quick while I find this particular email, because it was eloquently.
Mayor, if you're looking for that, I would just say 2 things to the council. That's breaking news
Yes, sir.
tonight. All the prayers, our own Assemblyman Lackey was released today. He's back at home now
Oh,
resting.
boy, great.
So wanted to let the board know that. And this evening, the Palmdale School District has voted to start the year with distance learning. So I think there's going to be, that's important information for all of us. And I think the mayor's going to join me on a call on this Thursday with all the aerospace CEOs, the school districts, superintendents,
Everybody's
major
trying to find a
employers.
coordinated way through this thing.
We really, we've outlined a pending daycare crisis that we're gonna be faced going into the school year. So we're gonna put the greatest minds in the room and let them have a conversation, see if we can get some ideas.
I'm hoping I'm not the smartest guy in the room, so. There was a little bit of flap that went on about some AVTA funding. And you know, you probably saw it or heard about it, or for those of you that go on social media, probably saw a little something on it. So did quite a bit of research. And what this revolved around was there was $47 million that came in from the CARES Act funding, and originally the Federal Transit Authority said that money's for AVTA's CARES and COVID-related responses. Subsequently, that got hung up with Metro because there's a formula that the FTA used. This gets to be wonky. I'll try to make it very brief. The feds used a formula that is normally used to figure out how to split money up. Based on that, Metro said, we get a cut of that money. So this was about a week ago. I sent an email clarifying this. I've had numerous discussions with AVTA administration staff and with SCAG staff. There was some confusion that basically somebody thought I voted to give this money away, and that never happened. So here's the clarification on what occurred. AVTA and SCAG executive directors and staff explained, because a formula is used by the Federal Transit Authority to determine the amount of CARES funds to be distributed in the region, LA Metro insisted they were entitled to a portion of those funds, about $20 million, in proportion to those formulas. So this was despite the initial representation to the AVTA director by FTA officials that these funds were exclusively AVTA's. Metro effectively held up everybody else's money pending resolution of these, what they said was just a local dispute between MTA and our transit authority. So I understood that the FTA subsequently walked back their support, saying this is a regional issue, you guys work it out, okay? So I was finally notified of this issue eventually on June 11th by the executive director and the chairman, at which point I contacted SCAG because SCAG had to issue the letter to get it released. In other words, it's kind of like the withdrawal slip that need to be signed off on. That stuff's handled by the regional planning. So it's a municipal planning organization that AVTA agreed on long ago. So, and I received an explanation as to their understanding of the issues. I requested SCAG's assistance in reaching a resolution between the Metro Executive Director and our AVTA officials. So those discussions occurred with my urging, and an agreement was reached between Metro and AVTA as to how the transfers of some other reserve funds could be made over to Metro to make them satisfied with their demands. And subsequently, when directed, staff at SCAG was able to issue the letter splitting these funds back up. AVTA and SCAG executive directors confirmed that this process, like others, is handled strictly at the staff level. There was never any notification of, nor action taken or required by the SCAG Regional Council rep, which is myself, its representatives, or committee members. Mr. Lowe is on that committee. So anyways, there seemed to be quite a bit of misunderstanding on that issue. There was a thought that perhaps we had voted on something. We got that clarified. Nobody has disputed this in about a week now, since we've had these discussions. So if anybody's got any further questions on that, and you want to dive into this any deeper on what exactly happened, but barring putting any of you to sleep right now,
No,
I will
glad
end it with that.
Clarified.
So,
Thanks for the update, appreciate it.
Yeah.
okay?
I guess I'll just give a report. I did attend the League of Cities Housing Community Economic Development Policy Committee meeting at the earlier part of June. And there's some things that I'm not sure happened or didn't, but there was a presentation of PPE to first responders over at the fire station that the mayor was attending, as well as Mr. Murphy. Sanitation District Board meeting I attended. There was a go-to meeting that was held. Several of us attended. The Rachel Garcia Day, which is important because of her leadership and what she represents to a lot of young women athletes, has been put on hold, and I certainly hope we don't forget that, or that in some fashion we can revive that. Mr. Murphy, I think that's important. I had attended some of the mental health meetings that were being held on Monday. Those were apparently postponed, and I hope that we can put them back on the agenda so that we can continue that dialogue with mental health experts. With I talked to the district attorney's office because they have a unit that dedicates itself to trying to deal with criminal cases where there's a context or a backdrop of mental health problems. The court is trying to address that, and they were going to participate in these meetings, but unfortunately they were postponed. I participated in the census caravan where we are trying to get the people of this city to participate in the census, that is to say, to complete their census forms and send them in. And I know that we've created some incentives to do that. At last report, only 57% of the citizens or the residents of the city of Palmdale had actually returned their forms or had called in on the phone to do it. So we're lagging behind, and of course it's critical that we get an accurate count of the population of Palmdale, because there's a lot involved in terms of money. We talk about taxation. We are also a city that provides more to the federal government than we get back. And of course, that will become even more lopsided if we don't have an accurate count for the city. And I know that we're trying very hard to get all of our residents to do that.
Mr. Lowell and I have been on the Spanish radio station to encourage that, because that was the areas that were seemed to be lowest last time. You know, 57% may not sound too bad until you put it in the context that 2 weeks ago when we had this discussion, we were at 56%. So that's
Only
not
been a slight
that's
increase.
yeah that's we really need to get out there and do a better job, because we're really gonna that money is there. Somebody else disproportionately gets it.
I also attended League ACED Policy Committee. There was a discussion, given the tragedy that happened at Poncitlan Park, the action by the city manager to obtain a crisis public relations firm. We had discussions with them to try to address the terrible, terrible slander and libel that was directed at the city by the media, by thousands of emails that we received.
10,786 I've gotten as of this morning.
We were
And I got,
put in
I
a
think,
terrible
5 back that
light.
said sorry.
We were placed in a terrible light.
Yeah.
Not to diminish or to minimize the tragedy, and that was a tragedy.
Absolutely.
I'm really, really sorry that happened. But it brings out that whole issue of mental health in the community. But we, in trying to deal with the attacks that were being laid on the city, we hired this crisis firm, and frankly, at times, I don't think that we responded to the misleading, inaccurate, and sometimes simply false charges that were leveled at us, including this council, including this city, including this staff. And I think we need to do more to rectify that problem. I attended an AVTA board meeting, but due to a court commitment, I was there for a partial portion of that meeting, and I want to thank Kathy McLaren for having filled in for the rest of that meeting. As the mayor said, we have been attending Spanish, or going on the radio in Spanish, not just on the census issue, but also on the response to the COVID-19, which in fact is impacting the Hispanic or Latino community much greater than other demographic groups. It is a real serious problem, the COVID-19 in the Hispanic community. We did have interviews with the city attorney. We spent a whole day doing that, and a decision was made. Obviously, the city attorney is critical to what we do in the city. I attended a SCAG meeting, Southern California Association of Governments, and along with all the other responsibilities, that's what I participated in this last month.
Anything else?
That's it.
So I'll just, for the sake of making sure people know what we're working on here, state and county COVID updates, contract city, League of Contract City, League of California Cities board meeting, legislative committee, and Transportation Communications Public Works, and Public Safety Policy Committee. On our Thursday AV Partners meeting with other leadership, executive directors, and folks like that. We have those meetings very regularly. Our meeting with Garcia, I had the opportunity to swear in a new lawyer to the bar, and it was actually quite exciting to be able to do that. Liability Trust Fund, we gonna quit wrecking cars? No, okay, good. That's why you got all the old junky cars right now, so. The PPE presentation with the fire department and the guys from Virgin Galactic. Thank you, Virgin Galactic, for your help. Sanitation districts 14 and 20.
I forgot to mention then that
Yep.
PPE,
Right.
city manager from Lancaster was present, as well as the vice mayor from the city of Lancaster, Mr. Christ.
Demographics workshops, meetings with some of the other faith-based community members about different events coming up. We had a couple of the different events with different groups, a bunch of meetings with community-based organizations, mostly surrounding some of the recent, like Mr. Loa spoke about with the death of Mr. Fuller out here. Connect SoCal, we had demographics, I think I said. I am now on the executive committee at SCAG, and we had a meeting on with that. Desert Mountain Division, we had a virtual meeting, as with most of this stuff is, and a bunch of Air Force Plan 42, got to watch a change of leadership ceremony over there. So Dr. Smith is now the boss, filming our different programs for the city website. High Desert Corridor, we had the JPA conference call on that. Contract Cities meeting. Yeah, those are the highlights. Is probably a couple dozen more. So. Anybody else want to add anything?
No, I filed
Anybody else want to go home?
Filed my report with the city clerk, so I'm done.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yep, I filed mine as well.
Okay. All right, so I'll drop my calendar off for the city clerk tomorrow, okay? Because I'm sure you'll have me down here most of the day anyhow, so. Anything else?
Moved.
Okay, we'll adjourn the meeting until the August meeting, correct, sir? No workshop, right? Okay, we'll just adjourn the meeting then.
Thank
Okay.
you. It's only 11:10. 11:12.
Hey, Richard,
Thank you, guys.
you need to know something. We had